Welcome to our 2026 January 27th regular meeting of Calgary City Council. Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
Thank you, Mayor. On the roll, Councillor Chabot.
Present.
Councillor Clark.
Present.
Councillor Dollywall. Here. Councillor Jameson. Here. Councillor Johnston. Here. Councillor Kelly.
Present.
Councillor McLean.
Here.
Councillor Pantazopoulos.
Here.
Councillor Schmidt. Councillor Tyers. Here. Councillor Ward. Here. Councillor Wyness. Here. Councillor Ewa. Here. Councillor Atkinson.
Here.
And Mayor Farkas.
I'm here.
Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. Oki, Ambawasnich, Danitata, Tanshe. Indigenous peoples have their own names for this area that have been in use long before settlers named this place Calgary. In the Blackfoot language, it is called Mokinstis. The Yethka Nakota Wikastabi First Nations refer to this place as Wachispa Oyade, and the people of the Tsuut'ina call it Gutstis. The Métis call the Calgary area Otasquani. We appreciate and acknowledge that we're gathered on the ancestral and traditional territory of the Blackfoot nations of the Siksika, Piikani, and Kainai First Nations, the Yethka and Nakota Wikastabi First Nations, comprised of the Chiniki, Bearspaw, and Goodstoney First Nations, and the Tsuut'ina First Nation. The City of Calgary is also homeland to the historic Northwest Métis and to the Atipinsawak Métis government, Métis Nation Battle River Territory, Nose Hill Métis District 5, and Elbow Métis District 6. We acknowledge and give gratitude to the many First Nations, Métis, and Inuit who live here and call Calgary home. To conclude our opening remarks, I'm going to pass it over to Councillor Dhaliwal to help us mark the National Day of Remembrance of the Quebec City mosque attack and action against Islamophobia.
Thanks, Mayor. Thank you for the opportunity. Today we pause to mark January 29th, the National Day of Remembrance of the Quebec City mosque attack and action against Islamophobia. On this day, in 2017, 6 men were killed and many others were injured while gathered in prayer at the Islamic Cultural Center of Quebec City. It was a devastating act of violence motivated by hate, one that deeply affected Muslim communities and Canadians across the country. And you guys probably know this, Quebec City is a sister city of Calgary. That relationship reminds us that when tragedy strikes up one community, impact is felt far beyond city or provincial borders. Today we stand with Quebec City, with the families of the victims, and with all those who continue to carry the weight of that loss. January 29th is a day of remembrance, but it is also a day of reflection. It reminds us of our shared responsibility to ensure our city remains a place where people of all backgrounds can live, gather, and worship in safety and dignity. The green square some of us have decided to wear today symbolizes the green carpet of the mosque where the victims last stood in prayer. It represents remembrance, hope, and our collective commitment to stand against Islamophobia and all forms of hate. Our message is clear. We will not look away. We will not normalize hate, and we will build a city where every community is safe, respected, and protected. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Dhaliwal. I wanted to continue our opening remarks by offering the opportunity to recognize Councillor Landon Johnston as he concludes his month serving as Deputy Mayor. Landon grew up in a working-class family and spent his early years in the Okanagan, experiences that shaped his practical outlook and his belief that when something is broken, you roll up your sleeves and you fix it. Before joining Calgary City Council, many Calgarians came to know Landon through his community advocacy, driven by a belief that people should feel heard and represented at City Hall. Landon is a small business HVAC owner who has called Ward 14 home for over a decade. He arrived to Calgary in 2014 with nothing more than a tool bag and a truck. He completed his training as a refrigeration and air conditioning mechanic at SAIT, and since then, he grew his business to serve regularly nearly 2,000 customers across the city. Landon has also served in uniform and is a proud band member of the Laity Tina. He is also a husband and a new father, and that perspective grounds the way that he looks at the work we do here and the impact it has on the families and neighborhoods across Calgary. Deputy Mayor Johnston, I can't see you behind Councillor Kelly's podium there, but I just wanted to say thank you for your service this month and for the lived experience and the perspective that you bring to this council. Members of the public and colleagues, please rise to acknowledge Deputy Mayor Johnston. Thank you, and with that, that concludes our opening remarks. We will now move to our formal recognitions. Council, our recognition firstly is to recognize International Holocaust Remembrance Day. Today, and every year since, on January 27th, we've observed International Holocaust Remembrance Day to honor the memory of the 6 million Jewish victims of the Holocaust, as well as the millions of others persecuted and murdered by the Nazi regime. In 2026, we mark the 81st anniversary of the liberation of the Auschwitz-Birkenau concentration camp, where more than 1 million people were murdered. This anniversary serves as a stark reminder of one of the darkest chapters in human history. Today is a day, not just today, but throughout the entire year, to reaffirm our collective responsibility to confront hatred, prevent genocide, and ensure such atrocities never, ever take root again. Here in Calgary, more than 9,000 residents are of Jewish descent, of whom many of the community leaders are joining us here in the chamber today. They are a powerful testament to the endurance of the human spirit. It also includes many Holocaust survivors, including who I'll have the opportunity later today to speak of my friend who recently passed, Fanny Wadrow. But their resilience, their contributions, their presence in our community are a powerful testament to that endurance of human spirit. Holocaust survivor and Nobel laureate Elie Wiesel once said, "I swore never to be silent whenever and wherever human beings endure suffering and humiliation. We must always take sides. Neutrality helps the oppressor, never the victim. Silence encourages the tormentor, never the tormented." His words remind us that remembrance is not passive. It calls on us to act, to speak out, and to protect one another. So as we honor the victims and remember the survivors, we also reaffirm our commitment to stand firmly against anti-Semitism, discrimination, and all forms of violence and intolerance in our city. This commitment extends to every community and every Calgarian. This responsibility extends to every community and to every Calgarian. So, Council colleagues, on this International Holocaust Remembrance Day, we encourage all Calgarians to reflect on this painful history, to listen to the stories of survivors, and to carry forward the responsibility of memory. May this day impress upon our hearts the enduring conviction, never again. Thank you. And I'm looking forward to joining later this evening in the mayor's office at 6 p.m. We'll have the opportunity to sign a more formal proclamation marking this day on behalf of the citizens of Calgary, as well as I encourage members of the public to join us at the Central Public Library tonight as we formally mark that occasion. To conclude our recognitions, we have the opportunity, time specifically later in the agenda at 1:15, to also recognize departing members of boards, commissions, and committees. We'll have an opportunity to join them for lunch over the hour, and we will return in this council chamber with that recognition at that time. Thank you, and with that, we will jump into question period. So we have myself, Councillor Dhaliwal, and Councillor Atkinson, who are here in the queue. I will jump in with a specific and then a more general question. We've heard over the course of the weekend concerns raised by Angels Cafe, incredibly beloved local small business who has the opportunity to lease land from the City of Calgary. Ultimately, it was discovered that this area that the cafe is on is going to be required for the acceleration of the Bearspaw South Feeder Main replacement. My specific question is, Why is this location required? What were the terms of that lease? Was it agreed, given the importance of the utility corridor, that 30-day terms would be agreed to? And then my more general question is, how is city administration going to be as proactive as possible when it comes to consultation with potentially affected business owners as well as local residents?
So Mayor Farkas, thank you for the question. I'll start, then I'll turn things over to General Manager Thompson. So I'll start with your second piece. First, I want to acknowledge that any time we do construction work throughout the city, it impacts Calgarians, it impacts businesses. You have my commitment, the executive leadership team's commitment to make sure that we're consulting with, of course, Calgarians and businesses as we embark on these projects. I just want to go back to June 2024 when we had the first break of the Bears Paw South feeder main. We did 29 repairs. We installed acoustic monitoring equipment. We thought, by and large, we had stabilized that pipe, and it allowed us some time to do the work to design and construct a redundant main. Then December 30th came, and we quickly realized that regardless of our best efforts, Mayor Farkas, as you say, this is a terminally ill pipe. We can no longer rely on it. So I just want to be clear, we're at a critical point in the city's history. And what do I mean by that? So on December 30th, with the failure of this main in the winter months, we have 5 to 6 weeks of supply in the Glenmore Reservoir of water. So we had one failure. We took a little over 2 weeks to repair. We know this pipe can break at any other time. The water doesn't flow back into the Glenmore Reservoir until likely in April. If we have another break or two, we're at a critical point in time where the city literally could be running out of water. And so we take this very, very seriously, and we are doing everything that we can to fast track the construction of the redundant main, which would have taken 4 years. Mayor Farkas, you've been saying, and you're correct, that we're trying to do this in 1 year, and it takes significant effort, and there will be impacts. There will be impacts to Calgarians with further restrictions. There will be impacts to Calgarians and businesses within the vicinity of the construction zone, but we will do everything we can to minimize that disruption and ensure we're engaging with Calgarians and businesses. And with that, I'm going to turn things over to Mr. Thompson, and he can help answer the rest of your questions.
Yeah, thanks for the question and fantastic introduction, CAO. And so, as you know, and as CAO Duckworth just indicated, we have 6 weeks of water supply in the Glenmore Reservoir until those flows pick up in the spring and we recharge that reservoir. If this Bears Paw feeder main breaks just twice more, we are in the position that as a community we would run out of water. And so that is why we have taken the unprecedented step to accelerate the construction of this Bears Paw South feeder main so that we are not in this position next year again. Our goal is to have this pipe done this year so that we can sleep and you can sleep and Calgarians can sleep assuredly next winter that we've got a redundant pipe in place. In order to do that, we are fast tracking this project. We had already designed the southern piece of the project from the Shaganappy pump station to the Sarcee Trail interchange. That was in procurement. I sent you a memo indicating we had canceled that procurement and directly awarded that construction. We directly awarded that 2 weeks ago on Friday. Last Friday, the contractor started to mobilize to 3 sites. One of them was the Edworthy Park site. At that location, we are going to have a very large construction project underway. There will be 2 very large vertical shafts built, large cranes, large heavy equipment. It is going to be a large, noisy, loud, dusty construction site. I want to ensure you know there is going to be a lot of impact. As soon as we understood that, the team went to Angels Cafe within 24 hours to let them know we needed to terminate that lease that we had with them. The lease included a 30-day termination period in case there was ever an incident like this. As CAO Duckworth indicated, we always want to work with businesses to keep businesses running during our construction projects. But in this case, there would not be access for them, there would not be safety for them or their clients, and we need that location to get this work done as quickly as possible. So that's why we let them know as soon as we knew the required termination. If you go out there right now, you will see large construction equipment showing up. More and more will be there every day as we start to drive forward with this project. So it's a bit of the background behind that site, why it was required. We are going to have a lot of impacts from accelerating this project as quickly as we are. We will work with Calgarians, businesses, residents, as we learn about those impacts. We will share immediately once we know more. We'll share with council, but we are moving very quickly as we move forward with this, and really appreciate your support and Calgarian support so that we can get this project built this year.
Thank you. And for Mr. Thompson, just a follow-up on that. If the city had not exercised this very difficult decision and option, and instead it opted for a cutting cover on 16th Avenue through the business corridor, through residences, through Montgomery, what would have the impact have been by virtue of not going to through the tunnel?
Thank you. So question, if we had done a cut and cover down 16th Avenue, what would that have looked like? And so we looked at that option. A few issues. Number one, the existing pipe is very close to where we'd be putting a new pipe in. So we would be very concerned about damaging that existing pipe while we did the construction. If we did that, we might actually have to have that pipe out of service throughout the summer while we did that work, which would mean constant water restrictions for all Calgarians all summer long. We would close 16th Avenue completely down, impacting all businesses down 16th Avenue and impacting mobility down 16th Avenue and through the community. And we would have had to have the entire road under construction at the same time as we work to accelerate. So because the team had already accelerated the design of this project, we were able to move extremely quickly, awarding the tunneled element of this contract from the Shaganappy Pump Station to the Sarcee Trail interchange, and having that work going. If you go out there right now, you will see 3 active construction sites, which are starting and underway right now. And so we are moving the fastest I've ever seen us move in a non-emergency response. Obviously in the flood or in the water main break, we are out there quicker. This is an extremely fast project that we are doing so that we can have that resilience restored for Calgarians this winter.
Thank you, Mr. Thompson. Over to Councillor Dhaliwal for a question period.
Thank you, Mayor. Just staying on the same topic, we're spending about $3.8 billion this year in capital, and I'm pretty sure some of that is capital maintenance. And with now accelerating our Bear Spa South Feeder Main project, I'm sure there will be spend increase in 2026 from originally anticipated $3.8 billion. I'm not sure what impact it's going to have overall spend capacity this year from your team, delays to any other capital projects, or even to understand that if we are properly people resourced. And now my question is, with the also we heard 11% of our infrastructure, capital infrastructure is 11% in poor or very poor shape, which means there will be probably more capital acceleration into next 4-year budget cycle. Could you please tell me what are your key deliverables in next few months so this council understand going into November what is critical and what decisions we need to make?
Yeah, thanks for the question, Councillor Dhaliwal. So to start, a few pieces in there, be very direct. We will accelerate the spend for the Bears Paw South Feeder Main replacement. We will be back to you identifying what those costs look like next month and the need to move that money forward. That money had always been planned to be spent in the coming years. There will likely be acceleration associated with that, and we will be very clear with you what those costs are as we go forward. So that 3.8, you're right, will go up because we're going to deliver the other capital program at the same time as we're delivering that. We do not plan to slow down on the $3.8 billion capital program. The largest, most aggressive capital program the city's ever put forward. If we want to meet the commitments from council to Calgarians for maintenance of existing infrastructure, to start to reduce the critical infrastructure that has deferred maintenance and we need to address it, and to address the large population growth that we've had in the coming years, we need to do that work so that we have the infrastructure for Calgarians as we go forward. I've clearly said here before, I've said to audit committee before, last week when we were talking, 3.8 billion actually needs to be 5 billion as we go forward. And as we work through this spring and summer, we'll be bringing the details to run through what that looks like. But we need to be investing more as we go forward and consistently to deliver for Calgarians. And so we do not plan to slow any of that work down that's already in flight. We will be delivering on that. We likely will need additional resources in our team, in the construction industry and consulting industry, and we've been out talking to consultants, contractors about bringing resources to Calgary to do work with us to deliver on this need. Other question you had asked is about how much of that 3.8 billion was from a maintenance perspective. About $1 billion of that 3.8 is maintenance and replacement of existing infrastructure. And so that's either maintaining existing assets or taking it out of service and replacing it with a new piece. That number also, the 3.8 includes fleet and new infrastructure for growth or transformational projects. With respect to discussing with council, I sent out a memo to you on January 20th outlining 4 upcoming infrastructure planning committee meetings. February 11th, we will be talking about our corporate asset management plan, the progress update. March 11th, we will be talking about our capital infrastructure needs assessments. April 15th, our corporate capital prioritization framework. And then May 7th, the citywide 10-year capital infrastructure plan and corporate asset management plan. That sets up the discussion going into the fall for what your priorities are, what the needs across all services are, so that we can build that next 4-year budget in the discussion this fall. So hopefully that answers the questions. There was a whole bunch of questions in there, so I hope I captured all of them.
Well, that's great. I mean, 2022 corporate asset management plan, our risk low and weak and very weak. High priority was 7%, now we are at 11%. There is no linear correlation. My fear is if we don't do anything,
Counselor, I'm gonna have to,
that could be 25%.
I'm gonna have to ring you back if there's a follow-up.
Yeah, my follow-up, my only request is as they bring the dollar ask, I would love to see a risk register pertaining to this project. What are our big risks that we should be aware of as council and public?
Thank you. So just to be clear, with respect to this project, we're talking about the Bears Paw South Feeder Main Replacement Project. And we can commit to bringing an update to Infrastructure Planning Committee as we go forward, updating you on the status of the project, where we're at, and what risks we're managing and mitigating as we go forward.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you for giving me the follow-up. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Dhaliwal. If there's no objection, I'm going to add 2 minutes to the clock here to allow Councillor Atkinson to ask his question for question period. Seeing none, go ahead, Councillor Atkinson.
Thank you, and thank you for the questions around us. Some of my questions were answered. I just, since sort of the break on December 30th, we've heard this sort of speed is obviously of the utmost importance, and we heard how there's been this change. Can you talk a bit about this, like the actual, what the new mode is? We heard that we're not ripping up 16th Avenue, but like what are we actually doing now with the disruption at the Edworthy site and maybe the disruptions we'll see in and around the Montgomery community?
Yeah, thanks, Councillor. So I think 2 weeks ago I used the word supercharge with respect to this project and how we needed to accelerate it faster than we've done anything before. And so as I mentioned, I sent out a memo to you 2 weeks ago on the Friday indicating that we were changing our procurement process. Last Friday, the crews were mobilizing. I went out to look at what was happening, and they really were mobilizing. A lot of equipment coming in to deliver this work. What you'll see at 3 sites, one at Edworthy Park, one just off 16th Avenue, on the other side of 16th Avenue from the Shouldice Park, and then one across down by the Sarcee Trail interchange. Those are the first 3 launch shaft sites you'll see. You'll see us drilling and excavating down vertical shafts. I would say in like a 8 to 10 meter diameter vertical shaft. We will do 2 of them at each location likely. We're still finalizing those details as they're working through. It is now a very integrated design construction process as we're going through. Those sites are where we would be launching a micro tunnel boring machine. You can go to our website We now have a project website stood up, and we are putting more information on that daily. Just go to calgary.ca and look for the Bears Paw South Feeder Main replacement project. You'll see it there. We will be launching a tunnel boring machine. That equipment works underground, and so between launch shafts, you likely won't see us doing work. But know that at each of those launch shafts, there will be a lot of work. There will be heavy equipment, cranes, excavators, trucks coming in with pipe. The pipe will be disappearing, and that's because it will be going underground and launching between those shafts. You may see us doing that work right now on 16th Avenue on Trans-Canada Highway. As you leave the city going west, on the north side of the road, you'll see a few spots, some signs. That's actually a sanitary line that we're installing using the same contractor, using the same methodology, work happening there. So around that site, there's a lot of activity. Between those sites, hopefully less disruption. There will be other intermediate receiving shafts that are in design right now. Once we know those locations, we'll let people know because there will be localized impacts on that. The element from Sarcee Trail interchange to the Bow River, we are in the planning design process right now. We had been in the planning design process. We work to finalize in the next 2 weeks what the design and construction will look like in there, and then we will be sharing that with you. We haven't finalized that yet. We're working on it right now. We're not sure what those impacts will be. They could be severe or they could be limited. We don't know yet. We're working to finalize that. And as I had said 2 weeks ago when we talked, our focus is on 3 things: schedule, quality, and safety to get this done by the beginning of December 2026.
And it was good to hear. We heard the change in terms of the the mitigation efforts for the impacted both the business and residents right in that area. But if you can speak to sort of mitigation efforts for Montgomery community as a whole.
And so mitigations for the community as a whole, we will be working through those. And so around the individual impacts, we always try and reduce the amount of noise that goes into the community, reduce the amount of dust that goes into the community, reduce the amount of construction activity that the community experiences. But I want to be super clear, it will be disruptive. This is large construction. When people go and see these pipes, they are often, you're expecting a pipe like in your household. These are pipes my height and diameter. They're large pieces of pipe, large equipment that is doing this work. And so we will work with the community. I don't have the details on what that looks like right now. We will be sharing more in the coming weeks, as well as the team that we're putting together to work with the community so that there's resources for the community to go and talk to and learn what we're doing and to work with to try and mitigate their concerns. But we have to balance the localized impacts that the construction project will have against the impacts to the entire city if we were to run out of water. And that's the trade-off that we need to be making.
Thank you.
Thank you. Council, I do promise we will get to the agenda, but I wanted to go first over to Councillor Ward for a recognition.
All right, so we have the grade 7 and 8 class from Alkheim International School. If you could all please stand up to be recognized. Stand up, come on. I just wanted to say thank you all for being here today. It's great to have your school in Ward 11, and she's looking for who's talking. I should stand up. Thank you for being here. If there's anything that I can ever do for your school, please do reach out to my office, and I'd love to actually come for a tour of your school at your earliest convenience. So thank you all for being here today.
And take him up on that. I see Councillor Ward's been very busy on social media, visiting all sorts of places, parts in the ward. We also have the privilege to acknowledge Sir Councillor Clark for another recognition.
Yeah, it's a nice full house today. Hello, everyone. Thank you, Your Worship. I also would like to acknowledge a school group here visiting from Sherwood School. Can I have the grade 5s please rise to be acknowledged? And if we may also acknowledge Miss Little, the teacher, I think they do a lot of great work for us here. So thank you very much.
Thank you, colleagues. With that, can I please have a mover and seconder for the agenda? Moved by Councillor Chabot, seconded by Councillor McLean. Okay, it is on the table. We have a couple items of urgent business to add. I'll acknowledge Councillor Pantazopoulos first.
Thank you so much, Your Worship. Clerk, could you bring up the motion? Thank you so much. So this is with respect to changes to appointments and resignations to two committees, Alberta Munis and Canadian Federation of Municipalities. Myself and Councillor Johnson serving on both committees, and just given constraints on time, we are looking for fellow councillors to step up and put their names forward for these critical positions so we can represent Calgary not only at a national level but also at a provincial level. So looking for your support. We do need a supermajority to bring this on to the agenda, so thank you very much.
So that amendment's been moved by Councillor Pantazopoulos, seconded by Councillor Johnston. As chair, I'm supposed to make a recommendation for urgent business. Strongly urge you, council, to approve this. It's very tight timing as far as the appointments to the FCM and AB Munis committees, so it's absolutely appropriate for us to deal with this now. On this amendment, Councillor Chabot.
Yeah, I just want to add to that discussion specifically in relations to Alberta Munis, because this week Alberta Municipalities Association will be making appointments to specific committees, and so this decision is eminent and required in order to ensure that we have appropriate representation at the Alberta Municipalities Association board and committees. So council, please support this so that we can move forward with those very important appointments this week.
Any other council members wish to speak to this? So this adding of urgent business requires 10 votes in order to pass. Madam Clerk, let's please engage the e-vote.
Councillor Pantazopoulos, your vote, please.
Yes.
Councillor Chabot, your vote, please.
Yes.
Thank you. Mayor Farkas, your vote, please.
Yes.
Thank you. All the votes are in.
Thank you. Please display the results. That motion is carried to add the urgent business on council appointment and resignations for AB Munis and FCM. All right, so we have another proposed amendment. Council colleagues, you'll recall that we have a strategic meeting of council scheduled for February 10th at 1 p.m. It was allotted for the working session where administration would be joining us with a facilitator. We did, following the previous strategic meeting, attempt to find a date for a meeting that could be scheduled between here and now. Just because of the council calendar committees as well as people being away on council business, we weren't able to find a date that could be scheduled between now and then. So what we are proposing is to, instead of starting at 1 p.m. that day that we've allotted on February 10th, to instead start at 9:30 in the morning and allow for us the opportunity, perhaps at the start or the end, depending on council's wishes, to have that opportunity just amongst us as council members without necessarily the staff present. So again, this is a change of location as well. Right now, I believe that we're targeting the Inglewood Bird Sanctuary, a location off-site, to just be able to get off the office and get out of the office, and it could help maybe spur some different types of conversations. So again, this is a amendment that would change that date of that meeting. Still on it wouldn't change the date of the meeting. It would just change the time from 1 p.m. to 9:30 in the morning to allow for that extra time. So could I have a mover and seconder for this amendment? Moved by Councillor Dhaliwal, seconded by Councillor Atkinson. Anyone wish to speak to this amendment?
Yeah, I would actually.
Yeah, Councillor Johnson, or Deputy Mayor.
Would this be the time to request that, I'm okay with the time and the location change, but to ensure that this is a council-only meeting for the strategic meeting?
So the idea here is we will stick with the process with the facilitator and the city staff for the portion that starts at 1 p.m., but we'll have the chance between 9:30 and 1 to fill that gap with just council members. We basically had to find additional time to be able to accommodate that.
Okay. Okay. I'm okay then. Thank you.
Great, so I believe that's been closed. Madam Clerk, let's engage the vote on the adding of the procedural request.
Councillor Dhaliwal, your vote, please. Yes. Thank you. Councillor Schmidt, your vote, please. Yes. Thank you. Mayor Farkas, your vote, please.
Yes.
Thank you. All the votes are in.
Thank you. Please display the results. On the adding of the procedural request, that motion is carried 15-0. Madam Clerk, I believe that's it for amendments to the agenda.
That's correct, Mayor.
Great. So we have the agenda as amended is on the table. I'm going to briefly speak to the agenda. I didn't have a better place to be able to speak to just the documents inside the agenda. There was an answer to an administrative inquiry that I had submitted alongside Councillor Chabot. It was basically just putting on the paper a question that Councillor Chabot had asked during the public hearing. I just want to recognize that it was Councillor Chabot's question that was asked. It's only my name that's recognized on that. And it was a great question that was asked and answered by Councillor Chabot, and I think just he should be recognized in the actual documentation in terms of the answer that we received. So perhaps for when this council meeting is posted and minuted at some time in the future, that just clerical adjustment will be made. Anyone wish to speak on the amended agenda? Okay, seeing none, Madam Clerk, let's please engage the vote.
Mayor Farkas, your vote, please.
Yes.
Thank you. All the votes are in.
Thank you. Please display the results. All right, the amended agenda has carried. The motion has carried 15-0. We're not going to the confirmation of the minutes because we will now deal with item 9.3.1, 2026 Business Improvement Area Boards, Budgets, Enabling Bylaws, and Kensington BRZ Bylaw Amendments.
Good morning, Your Worship and Council. My name is Jordan Lamy. I'm here today to present the 2026 BI Board Appointments, Budgets, Enabling Bylaws, and the request from the Kensington Business Revitalization Zone for a bylaw amendment. I'm a business strategist in the Partnerships Business Unit. I believe clerks will be circulating a revised confidential attachment 5 shortly, which is the list of the 2026 Business Improvement Area, or BIA, board appointments. There were no substantive changes made in this attachment. However, we have identified some minor corrections to the spelling of board member names and have provided the revised attachment to council. We've prepared a presentation if you'd like.
Yeah, please proceed. I think it's the first time for us as a council to have the opportunity to review this.
Wonderful. I'm joined here today by my director, Kay Choi, my manager, Kim Mustard, as well as team lead, Kathy Sang. Also in attendance are representatives from most of the BIAs if there's specific questions to their individual budgets or board appointments. I'd also like to thank the BIAs for being here in person, as well as our colleagues in finance, assessment and tax, and law who have supported drafting this report and the required bylaws. Next slide, please. Administration recommends the following: that council, in accordance with sections 2.1 and 2.2 of the Business Improvement Area Regulation, allow persons representing taxable businesses in the BIAs to speak in regard to the proposed BIA budgets. 2, give 3 readings to the proposed 2026 Business Improvement Area Tax Bylaw. 3, approve the 2026 proposed budgets, and if budget amendments are needed, authorize each BI board to amend its respective budget by transferring amounts to or from that BI's board reserves and transferring amounts between expenditures so long as the amount of total expenditures is not increased. Recommendation 4, give 3 readings to the proposed 2026 Business Improvement Area Tax Rates Bylaw. 5, appoint the nominees to each of the 15 BI Board of Directors. 6, to provide a letter to newly appointed or retiring BI board members from the mayor on behalf of City Council to thank them for their service. 7, to direct that attachment 5 be held confidential pursuant to section 20 of the Access to Information Act until council decides on the matter. And lastly, 8, give 3 readings to proposed bylaw 3M 2026 to amend the Kensington Business Revitalization Zone bylaw 56M 2016 with respect to the requested name change and board minimum. Next slide, please. The first BIAs in Calgary were established over 40 years ago. Today, there are over 7,000 businesses represented in 15 BIAs. On the screen in front of you, you'll see the map of the 15 BIAs, with the majority being concentrated in our inner city. BIAs contribute to a vibrant and economically resilient city, investing in programs and services that support local businesses, enhance public spaces, and draw Calgarians and visitors to their areas. For example, some common BI activities include things like installing banner flags or decorative lighting on street poles, planting flowers, organizing festival and events, public art, placemaking activations, and providing enhanced cleaning and maintenance services. Many BIAs are also actively engaged in social media and marketing and bring the voice of business to the city. Next slide, please. Each BIA in Calgary was established through a business owner-led process that's outlined in the Provincial Municipal Government Act of Alberta and the BIA regulation. Each BIA has a unique establishing bylaw which is passed by City Council, and it outlines things like its name, its boundaries, its board structure, but BIAs operate as independent nonprofit organizations from the city. Under the Municipal Government Act, there are 3 defined purposes of a BIA: to improve, beautify, and maintain property in the BIA, to develop, improve, and maintain public parking, and to promote the BIA as a business or shopping area. Annually, BIAs submit their budgets, board appointments, and audited financial statements to Council. Next slide, please. The majority of each BI's budget comes from a BI tax, which is levied annually on all of the businesses that are operating within that BI's boundaries. Each year, the BI Board of Directors develops a budget which includes the amount of tax which is to be collected. This tax is a pass-through. The BI tax levy is collected by the City of Calgary but transferred in full back to the BI Board to deliver on the programs and services that its business members have directed. Administration has mailed every BI taxpayer or business a copy of their respective BI's budget in December 2025, along with a letter notifying them of this council meeting as required under the regulations, that business owners have the opportunity to speak to council. This year, 9 of the 15 BIs have raised the requested tax levy amount, for a total of $6.7 million to be raised through the BI tax. Although the tax levies the majority of the revenue that's raised by the BIs, they do apply for and receive other sources of funding, such as city grants to support programs like enhanced cleaning and graffiti removal, or festival and events, as well as grants from other organizations, levels of government, and private sponsorship. The 2026 BI budgets anticipate raising an additional $3.5 million in 2026 through these sources, which allows them to leverage the tax contributions that their business members have paid and reinvest into their neighborhoods. The BI budgets can be found in Attachment 3. Only businesses that are within a BIA are assessed for the purpose of a BI tax, and these business assessments are separate from the non-residential property assessments. Each BIA has a unique tax rate, which is calculated based on the BI tax levy budget and the BI's total business assessment value. As part of this process, there are 2 enabling bylaws that are required to be passed annually by Council: the Business Improvement Area Tax Bylaw and the Business Improvement Area Tax Rate Bylaw. Together, these enable the municipality to assess businesses in the BIAs, to establish the tax rate for each BIA, and levy the tax. These rates can be found in Attachment 4. Next slide, please. BIs are governed by a volunteer board of directors, and most board members are business owners that are within the boundaries. The board nomination process is guided by each BI's internal guidelines or governing documents, as well as the overarching provincial legislation. Under the BI regulation, board members must be nominated by a taxpayer, by a business within their boundaries, and we have verified that this requirement was met. You can find this year's list of nominees in the revised confidential Attachment 5, as was submitted by each BIA. Next slide, please. Lastly, we are also here to present 2 proposed changes to the Kensington Establishing Bylaw. That is a name change and a reduction to the minimum number of board members. In 2016, provincial legislation amended the Business Revitalization Zone, or BRZ, designation to Business Improvement Area. While all organizations became BIAs under this change in legislation, organizations were not required to change their operational or legal names, and 2 BRZs at that time elected to keep the designation. The Kensington Board of Directors has requested to formally change its name to Kensington Business Improvement Area and to reduce the minimum number of board members that are required from 7 to 6. These changes will bring Kensington into greater alignment with the other BIAs in Calgary and requires an amendment to its establishing bylaw to be approved by Council. This amendment can be found in Attachment 6. Next slide, please. In conclusion, on the screen in front of you are the recommendations again for council's consideration. Thank you for your time, and we're happy to take any questions.
Thank you so much for that great presentation. Madam Clerk, I'm familiar in terms of the process. At this point, would we have questions for administration prior to the motions hearing from the business owners and the BIA representatives, or would we do that now?
You could certainly do that now, just with a reminder that when we only run the one queue. Okay. So this would be council's opportunity to ask members of administration for the 3 minutes. Then once the public speaks, your clock would start on the public portion.
Thanks. So my preference, council, is maybe questions for administration on the administration recommendation here, and then following that, we'll attempt the motions to hear from the public. Any questions in terms of what we just heard? Councillor Kelly?
Thank you very much for the presentation. Really appreciate it. And I hope I'm okay to reveal something in the confidential motion. As a retiring board member of a BIA, I thank you very much for the service that you provide to the business improvement areas. Just a question, I guess, in terms of the budget. So specifically taking a look at attachment 3, I note that I think all of the BIAs are forecasting a flat line of their grants and other sources, or a decline in their grants and sources. I'm just wondering if you can speak to that from conversations with the BIAs, why it is that they're predicting or why they're budgeting a lower variance this year.
I think generally you might have to look at each BIA's individual budget. We do recommend that the BIAs try to include all their anticipated revenue sources. The budget is an estimate. So we have identified a number of grant programs and things that they'll be eligible for in 2026, and have encouraged them to reflect that into their budgets.
Maybe to explain just a little bit further, just taking a look at this, that all of the BIAs are forecasting less grant revenue this year in their budget. I recognize the fact that they may just not expect the money or whatnot, but I'm just wondering if you can speak to that, because this is obviously a significant hole in their budget if they're forecasting less revenue from other grant sources this year, and if you have any insight from your conversations with them.
Councillor Kelly, are you referring to grant funding or the levy amount?
I'm referring specifically to the grants, other sources in each of the individual budgets in attachment 3.
I can enhance Jordan's answer. So thank you for the question, Councillor Kelly. Through the chair, from a city's perspective, there's only a certain amount of grants and funds, and so BIAs, along with other organizations, for example, community associations, are eligible to apply for these certain pots of funding. Our team has worked with the 15 BIAs recently, and we are looking at requesting additional funds through the next budget cycle, through the 2027 to 2030 budget cycle, and that's something that we've heard from the 15 BIAs. So that's something that we will look to put forward.
I appreciate that. That wasn't what I was referring to. I wasn't referring to the City of Calgary grants and funds. I do have a question on that as well in a moment, but no, just trying to get a bit of a lay of the land in terms of if we as a city have any knowledge of why our BIAs might be predicting less on the grants, other sources. So not City of Calgary grants, but external granting.
Thank you for the questions through the chair. I'm not aware of any reduction in other grants or like from other levels of government or private. I'm not sure. Sorry about that.
Okay, no, that's okay. Maybe I'll reserve those questions for any of the BIA members who might be here today, that they can speak to that. But maybe just on that note specifically, to the point you brought up about the city-related grants, it appears to me that 2 of our BIAs appear to be forecasting a significant reduction in city grants, and I'm just wondering if you can speak to those 2. I think it's International Avenue and Greenview specifically.
So like we said, this is an estimated budget, so we encourage the BIs to include what they reasonably expect to receive. The grants, however, for most of the BIs, there is a level of uncertainty there. They're applying to grant programs that are available to many groups or to organizations, and it's a competitive process. I think would be happy to maybe take this away and we can provide you some more information about Greenview and International Ave specifically.
Yeah, I think that'd be great because I'm just taking a look here. So for example, on page 9 of 17 in attachment 3, Greenview showing a $25,000 variance from 2025 to 2026 in their City of Calgary grants and funds, but there's no explanation of the budget or the variance. And then the same thing again, if I move forward to International Avenue, BRZ, on page 11, they're forecasting a $32,000 decrease in their City of Calgary grants and funds from 2025 to 2026. And again, there's nothing in the explanation of budget to budget variance box.
Councillor, I'm going to suggest we'll have the opportunity for more granular questions for specific BIAs when we open up to hear from the BIAs as well as impacted business owners.
Yeah, I appreciate that, Your Worship. And my question here, though, is specifically if the City of Calgary, from the administration standpoint, knows why we have 2 of our BIAs that are predicting significant less funding from the City of Calgary.
Through the chair, Councillor Kelly, like we mentioned before, we'll grab you that specific information. But these templates too, like we can look at a little bit more of the details. Some of the funding might be in various other line items, and so we'll provide you with that information.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Pantazopoulos.
Thank you so much for the presentation. As Calgary grows, so does our business areas, and all of these are generally centrally located. Is there any discussion about expansion? Have other business areas reached out, and what would that process and protocol be? And what can the ward offices do to encourage the expansion so that next year we have 16 or 17 instead of the 15? Thank you so much.
Through the chair, thank you for your question. There is an establishment process that's outlined in the Business Improvement Area Regulation, and our team would facilitate requests for new BIA establishments or expansions of existing BIAs to increase their boundaries. It is a request from business owners, and there's essentially a petition process of businesses that have to sign up within a geographic boundary and submit that to the city. I'm not aware of any current or active requests from other areas, although our office does occasionally get requests, and we work with the business owners or the inquiring parties to walk them through that process and what it would look like. And if there is a successful petition submitted, it comes to council for decision. And I think we'd be happy to work with your ward office if there is further questions or provide information.
Great. Oh, go ahead, please.
And there is also a BIA toolkit developed for those interested in understanding a bit more information about how to establish a business improvement area, and that's also on calgary.ca.
Thanks so much. Certainly see the benefits in the, I'll call it the inner city for lack of a better term, and I'd love to see that expand to the edges of the city as well. Thank you so much, Your Worship.
Thank you, Councillor Atkinson.
Thank you. When I was reviewing the budgets, Montgomery's noted that they received a one-time recovery grant in 2024 that was recorded in 2025 due to the water main break in 2024. Since we are going to be having impacts in the community, I'm wondering if we can speak to whether a similar program might be available to those in Montgomery and Bowness, those 2 BIAs for this coming year.
Through the chair, thank you for your question. I'm not aware of any active requests right now from those BIAs. There was a grant that was provided to them as recovery from the last water main break. I know administration is looking at a variety of different things, though, and that's something we can follow up on.
That's great. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Atkinson. So I just want to recap that. Are there any other questions for administration specifically before we move to the motions to hear from the public? Councillor Chabot?
So we were told that there's a revised list, and has it been uploaded to eScribe? Because I just opened it up and I didn't see anything new. Does it say revised?
It's in the confidential portal of eScribe. Please refresh. It is in there.
Okay, I'll have to refresh it again, because right after you said it, I went on it and I didn't see a revised, so maybe I was a little too quick. All right, thanks. That's the only question I had. Thank you.
Just to clarify, Madam Clerk, where we would go for that is in our Outlook calendar invite. In the body of the invite, there is materials in the open meeting site, and then there's materials in the closed meeting site. And if we just click that link for the closed meeting site, that's the set of attachments.
That's correct. But should anyone have had it opened earlier, we just recommend that you refresh, because every time we add the document, it just needs to recompile, but it is in there.
Okay. All right, so to recap, all taxpayers in each of the 15 business improvement areas were sent a letter with a copy of the appropriate BIA budget and notice of the date and time of our 2026 January 27th regular meeting of council. One person has signed up to speak, and a motion's been prepared for council to allow speakers representing the notified businesses for this item in accordance of section 12(1) and 2 of the Business Improvement Area Regulation, which states as follows. The municipality must take reasonable steps to ensure that a notice of the proposed budget and the date and place of the council meeting at which the proposed budget will be considered is mailed or delivered to every taxable business in the business improvement area. And secondly, persons representing those businesses may, with the permission of council, speak at the meeting. So, council, I'm recommending that we seek a mover and seconder for the following motion to allow, in accordance of section 12(1) and 2, to allow persons representing taxable business in the BIAs to speak in regards to the proposed budget. So, moved by Councillor Clark, seconded by Councillor Yule. Any debate on allowing representatives from the affected businesses to speak? Seeing none, we will engage the e-vote, please.
Councillor Pantazopoulos, your vote, please.
Yes.
Thank you. Councillor Chabot, your vote, please. Thank you. And Mayor Farkas, your vote, please.
Yes.
Thank you. All the votes are in.
Please display the results. And allowing representatives from taxable businesses and the BIAs to speak, that motion is carried 15-0. At this time, we'll also pass the additional, or we'll suggest the passing of an additional motion here to allow representatives of the BIA and business revitalization zones to speak on this item. So these will be representatives from the BIA itself who are allowed to speak. So moved by Councillor Kelly, seconded by Councillor Atkinson. Seeing no debate, let's engage the e-vote on that as well, please.
Councillor McLean, your vote, please.
Yes.
Thank you. Mayor Farkas, your vote, please.
Yes.
Thank you. All the votes are in.
Thank you. Please display the results. So that motion is carried 15-0 on allowing the representatives of BIAs and BRZs to speak on this item. So I believe that we have one registered speaker, but we'll open up to any members of the public who are here as part of those two motions. I believe we have registered Paul Overholt. Yes, please come up.
Good morning, councilors. I'm Paul Overholt. I own the Purple Perk Coffee Market on 4th Street, part of the 4th Street BIA. To speak to Councillor Kelly's observation that budgets are not going up or the money being received is not going up, I was just curious as to a line in the budget that says that there's social and security issues for $70,000 for the BIA on 4th Street. I've tried contacting Jennifer Rempel through the website and a telephone number and email. Telephone number doesn't work anymore. And I tried to find out how these BIAs are governed and if this is the only opportunity to bring forth issues. I think it's kind of a bit of a grand way to do it. I think I'm here just to find out who's in charge or who's the watchdog on top of these BIAs and where they come up with these budgets, and if they're following through on their mission that they're supposed to improve the business of our area. We don't see any. I don't see any significant difference. I don't see what they're actively doing to improve our area. I mean, some areas, there's questionable architecture as far as keeping the character of the street alive. We don't have to mention those neighborhoods. And as far as individual individual participation of the businesses. Being a small business, I've got 16 minutes to be here, and then I've got to be back for lunch. It's a great, these BIAs are wonderful things. We really can't participate in them. We're 24/7. They just dictate what happens and what we get charged, even though, you say it's a grant, it's still coming out of our taxes in some way, shape, or form. And yeah, that's all I really wanted to speak to, is who's the watchdog on top of these, who holds them to account, and really what effect do they have on the areas that they represent. And I'll leave you with that.
Thank you so much for being here. Any questions stay with us. We may have opportunities for questions from council members. I see Deputy Mayor Johnston.
Sorry, what was the phone number you said that was inactive?
229, it's just type up 4th Street BRZ or BIA, whichever one. Thanks, I've been running around, I left my paperwork.
That's okay. Okay, no, I was just curious.
I know I've been on the street for, well, 40-something years, and I know Jennifer quite well. I no ill will or anything. I just like to understand what's going on.
Okay, sorry, that was the only question I had. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Chabot.
I'm sorry, did you say you had a business along one of the BIAs, 4th Street?
Yes.
And you haven't been able to participate in the board meetings?
Well, it's hard to find the time, to be perfectly honest.
Typically, that's where the discussions around the activities of the BIA take place.
Oh, I've attended them in the past. And yeah, it's just a glass of wine and handshaking.
Okay. But you're asking questions around the governance and the oversight and...
Exactly. Like these BIAs are, from what I can tell, are self-policing. They elect a board to oversee them all, but they're all BIA members. Again, it's
they live along the street, they would all be eligible to be BIA members.
Right.
Which would include yourself.
Exactly. And it's extremely hard to break into that little fiefdom that they've created over the years.
Okay. Well, I've participated in a lot of those board meetings, and not as an actual board member, but just as an observant. Even though I wasn't one of the business owners, of course, maybe I had a little extra clout because I was a councillor for the area. But I think there's certainly an opportunity for the business owners to attend the meetings to see what's going on.
To some degree, that's true. The only real notification we get of meetings is the annual general meeting at the end of October. We're not aware of any monthly meetings or anything that we can participate in, except for trying to send an email somewhere.
I do believe they have regular meetings, but I guess it depends on the BIA.
I guess.
I'm not familiar with yours. I am familiar with the one in the area I used to represent, which I no longer represent, so I can't speak, at least as far as the current activities there, although I certainly was involved in the past when it was part of my ward, so I do know that the businesses, the individual businesses, have the ability to weigh in on the activities of the BIA and to be considered for appointment to the board. So I would suggest it might be in your best interest, if you're concerned about the activities, to maybe make the time if you can, or get somebody
to. Well, again, use the telephone, send an email. There's no notifications of monthly meetings. There's very little communication between the BIA and the businesses.
I suspect as a result of your submission here today that their BIA might be in contact with you.
I'm hoping. Well, that's another reason why I'm here.
Thanks. No further questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Chabot. Yeah, and thank you so much for being here with us. Is there anyone who is an impacted business or representative of any of the BIs that wish to approach and speak with council? Thanks. I'll just ask that you please approach and then identify yourself, and you'll have 5 minutes. Yeah,
Thank you for
you're
your
off the
time.
hook. Thank you so much, Paul.
Hello there, my name's Allison Karim McSweeney. I'm with International Avenue Business Revitalization Zone, and I've had the honor of actually working in the urban revitalization world for over 30 years, including International Avenue and downtown, Stephen Avenue and Barclay Mall. I just wanted to talk a bit about the previous speaker. Jennifer Rempel is here from 4th Street, and she'll speak about that. But I did want to say there was a question regarding safety and money that's set aside for that. My particular organization spends $138,000 on safety and crime prevention. Recently, I just had finished a report, and just so it's put on the record, when we spend $1, we are actually getting $3.85 in return on investment. And when you look at social return on investment, it actually is $10.38. So we're able to leverage a number of things, and there are a number of areas that any business can call an office. They can come to any AGM. We also do send out a number of notices as well. And I can speak to Councillor Kelly's comment or question regarding grants, but I'll pass it to my colleague, Jennifer Rempel.
Hello, everyone. I'm Jennifer Rempel. I'm the Executive Director of the 4th Street BIA. So just to follow up from the previous presenter, we do host monthly meetings. We send out an invitation to our annual general meeting where all of our members are more than welcome to attend. And if someone would like to attend a board meeting on a specific topic at any point, people are welcome.
And I'll just answer Councillor Kelly's question regarding the reduction of grants. We have a rather different situation out in International Avenue. Because we have higher level infrastructure, we made an agreement with Transportation Infrastructure that we would be actually caring for a number of the site amenities. That includes benches, seats, garbage cans, banners, obviously light poles, and as a result, we also have 105 planters that normally were planted up by the City of Calgary. We had a memorandum of understanding with the Roads Department initially, and then it actually transferred over to Open Spaces and Parks, and recently last year we were told that it actually had gone back to Streets, or I apologize, I know there's been a number of changes in the reorg. But basically, we did a number of our work, but we didn't have a signed MOU with that department. And normally we were compensated to a very small amount, only about $30,000, to be able to plant, water, repaint, sand, remove all the things on the infrastructure. We were not actually compensated for that. So since we have not had any movement in that regard, we've removed that. And it'll be a deficit for us, unfortunately.
Thank you. Are there any questions for these presenters? Councillor Kelly?
I just want to say thank you for the answer. I really appreciate that. That's the kind of detail that I was looking for. I'm a little surprised that admin didn't have it, but I'm thank you for coming today and providing that answer in terms there. And then maybe if I just could, Your Worship, on this particular topic to the previous presenter, I wanted to clarify that there is a difference between the tax levy and the grants. And so we're talking specifically here in this question that Ms. Karim McSweeney talked about is specifically related to the grants. So thank you for the answer.
Thank you. Anyone else wish to speak? Thank you so much, both of you, for being here. And I'll actually just say for Ms. Karim McSweeney, I just want to say thank you for welcoming us to International Ave for the launch of the Shop Local campaign. I remember right before the pipe broke, we had the opportunity to be hosted by you, myself, Councillor Clark, Councillor Chabot, and thanks for the great work that you do. Great. So we have two more presenters. Please approach and introduce yourselves.
Hello, councillors. My name's Deja Carter.
I'm Tel Bruce,
And
and
we're the executive leadership team for Greenview Industrial BIA. Specifically, we wanted to respond to Councillor DJ Kelly's questions in regards to why we've reduced our anticipated grant funding for this year's budget. We are in a unique position, which we have discussed with the administrative group, where some of the grant funding streams directly from City of Calgary require us to either expand on a project or come up with a completely new project to be eligible for funding. And so one of the big topics that we discussed recently at a workshop was how to create more sustainable funding for clean and safe initiatives and for events and festivals within each BIA.
there's also been a large reduction of grants that we're able to apply for this year. Last year, the Greenview Industrial BIA procured $92,000 worth of grants. This granting revenue stream went to help us activate our clean and safe initiatives, as well as our festival and events. A large grant we got was from CADA, their micro grant, which they are no longer giving BIAs or is available this year in 2026, as well as the Community Standards Fund, which allows us to do our graffiti abatement program, our community cleanups, install lighting, placemake, and apply SEPTED principles, is also changing the structure and not available. So we've seen a large reduction of grants, which will impact our ability to placemake, host festival and events, and continue with some of our clean and safe initiatives this year. So sustainable long-term funding and granting revenue streams is really important to us and would greatly impact the work that we do.
Thank you so much for being here with us. Councillor Kelly, I'm sure you want to jump in.
I love you guys. Greenview Industrials in Ward 4. I sat on your board until a couple of months ago. This is what I was referring to earlier in terms of my name's in the confidential attachment because I'm stepping down. You guys are doing
I
great.
would just ask you to please refrain from doxing yourself.
I didn't give my address or anything. Yeah, that's fair. Thank you, Your Worship, for your concern. No, I just wanted to say great job. I don't have a question specifically for you guys at this particular point. Thank you very much for answering my question earlier. I really appreciate that. Thank you.
Thank you
so much.
Thank you for being here. Anyone else wish to speak? Thank you. Come on up.
Good morning, Council. My name is Ryan Morstad. I am the Vice Chair of the Beltline Business Improvement Area, and I'm also a lawyer in the area, and I find time to sit on the board. It's a great experience, and they make time to make it work. Our business improvement area undertook a significant expansion this year. As many of you might be aware, we almost doubled in size. We actually did more than double in size, from 320 businesses to 649 businesses. With that growth, you'll notice that our 2026 levy has increased from $385,000 to $750,000. So I just want to take some time to give some notes on this and be available to answer any questions if anyone has any. Our priority with this growth is to ensure that new businesses receive full BIA services immediately rather than experience any phased or delayed rollout, because we need our new businesses to see the value that the BIAs can provide right away. The largest increases in our budget this year are for administration, street safety and cleanliness, which directly support day-to-day service delivery and staff capacity. There are also modest increases across all categories, but our focus is on ensuring we can properly support this much larger district. As of today, all businesses, new and existing, have access to our core services, including 5-day-a-week street cleaning with on-demand issue response. We also do marketing and promotion support and participation in beautification projects, events, festivals, and foot traffic driving initiatives. We have more than doubled in businesses that we serve this year, but we have not doubled our budget. Instead, we've chosen to scale responsibly to deliver consistent, equitable service across the expanded district from day one. With that, I would be happy to answer any questions from council.
Thank you. Do we have any questions? Councillor Schmidt.
Yes, thank you for coming today and also for the work that you do, which is, important for Ward 8, but also the whole city, given that Ward 8 is a destination for many Calgarians as well. Just wondering if, given that you're here and that the Beltline BIA is one of the larger BIAs we have here, I think it's good for us to hear if you feel like you have the tools you need to do the important work that you're doing, and if there are any gaps in support that you think we can meet as a council as we're moving into budget, but also just considering all the hard work that's going into revitalizing downtown as well.
I thank you for the question. I do believe that there is significant support for board members. I'll say I'm here on behalf of our executive director today. She's sick, she couldn't make it. She would probably be best to answer that question. She might be able to provide more specifics from the day-to-day perspective, but as a board member, and I think I can speak on behalf of my board members, there's lots of services, there's lots of courses, trainings, and I think we're well supported in our roles.
And just given, we all have likely seen the Ship and Anchor making the news now, which is, within your scope. It is with the 17th Avenue, it does catch into the 17th Avenue BIA, but as we see growth and change, especially in this area of Ward 8, do you see challenges in how your businesses are adapting to this change, in any ways that we can look into how, when we see new development, this change is happening, and we can do that better to ensure that we don't lose independent small businesses as these neighborhoods grow?
Absolutely, and great question. You might have noticed on Google Maps, our business improvement area is still noticed as the Calgary Design District. And so we've had some challenges with tying everything together. One of our main goals with starting this business improvement area, it hasn't been around that long, is really to find an identity for the area, tie everything together. And then once we've had that in place, we can make sure that development is tied to that identity that we're trying to build. I will say one of our core goals over the past year and this coming year is to make sure that identity is functional and working together. You'll see in our budget, we're going to be putting up planters, flags, bollards. We're investing more in urban murals through BUMP, and we're hoping to get flags to mark our area on the street posts one day. That is a challenging project. Lots of engineering involved to get flags up on those poles.
So I won't get too much into the details in this forum here, but I think what you said is important, where you've identified a gap between the policies we have and the goals that you're trying to reach. So would just, encourage, if you want to reach out to our office and your team wants to reach out to our office, I think that's a discussion that we should be having as we look at growth is always on the agenda, so we should discuss that further, but I appreciate you coming here today.
Absolutely. We'd be thrilled to set something up, and thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. We have a question from Councillor Atkinson.
Just a quick question for Kensington and downtown, actually. Just a quick clarification for Kensington around the change from BRZ to BIA, and just want to make sure there's... It just seems like it's just a clerical measure. Is that all that it is, or is there some reason why beyond that you're making this switch today?
Can you hear me? Yes. Thanks for asking that, Councillor Atkinson. We just celebrated our 40th anniversary as a BRZ, and that was a wonderful occasion back in the summer, and thanks to the city for helping with the grant for that, a small amount, but it went a long way. So we celebrated, we had a month-long celebration of 40 years as one of the oldest business improvement areas in the city, and now we are moving forward. The board felt that it was a good time to make that administrative change and be more aligned with the other districts, areas and have the same name. I know that in my work as the executive director for the BIA, or BRZ, we try and educate the businesses about the role of the BRZ and how we can help and so on, and educate the public even, you know, what are we there for? And we certainly felt that the two different terms that we were using, often using BIA because that's what the city uses, but then we were formally the BRZ, so we thought it was time. And so thanks very much for asking. I hope that answers your question.
That's great. That's great. Thank you so much. Thanks for all you do.
Gwyneth, I was wondering if you'd just formally introduce yourself. We know and love you, but just for the public watching.
Oh yeah, I'm Gwyneth Midgley. I've been the executive director of the Kensington BRZ for just over a year now, and loving it.
Thank you. Welcome. Back to you, Councillor Atkins.
Great. Thank you. Yeah. And thanks for coming down. And yeah, for the Calgary Downtown, I just was hoping you could speak to your initiative on the Clean Alleys project. It seems like it's been very successful. The little buggies running around. It's, I think, actually one of the coolest initiatives I've seen come out of BIA, and just sort of want to shine a spotlight on how this is bringing, I think, some safety, vibrancy to the downtown.
Thank you for that, Councillor, through the chair. My name is Mark Garner. I'm the Executive Director of the Calgary Downtown Association. Been there since May of 2022. Councillor has brought up, one of the challenges we've had in working closely with the City of Calgary in regards to overall safety. We see our role, CDA's role, as dealing with the perception of safety issues and making sure that we're putting our taxpayer dollars towards increased improvements around safety, cleanliness, lighting, and the councillor has mentioned something that we did this year called Green Alley, as well as we implemented a clean team. So what we did normally on the city focus is not really to put capital dollars towards alley improvements. The alley between Center Street, between 9th and 8th, Stephen Ave, down to 2nd Southwest was probably our most problematic alley because it's a heritage block. It has numerous waste management partners in there. We had 9 waste providers in that alley alone with 29 bins that needed to be reduced. So we implemented a new process to amalgamate all that service to one waste provider in a central location, and working with the city, we have one waste bin with one waste provider in lot 14. And then we implemented something called our clean team. And what we did is we wanted to make sure that we were reducing our carbon footprint. We've reduced 23 metric tons in 1 year by putting these battery ladybugs as we have implemented. They're a branding or a marketing exercise to make waste management more successful and accessible in the community. We expanded that program up to, we've got 3 ladybugs currently in operation, and we hope to expand those services again this year and leveraging our parking fund monies to be able to do that. So we've gone from 1 single or 29 bins down to no bins in that alley. We poured in partnership with the City of Calgary, poured a new concrete slab to solve generational drainage issues in that alley. We have eliminated all calls for service for fire, and we've had no calls for service for police with the implementation of our program. However, as we know, we still have alleys, and we seem to have pushed a bit of the problem to Beltline with all the fires that are happening there. But yes, it's a great program. We continue to be supportive of all the work that the city is doing around safety, but CDA will take a very proactive role in putting our monies towards improving the experience downtown. Calgary's got a reputation of being the cleanest city in North America, and we want to own that as part of our brand. So thank you for the question, Councillor, and thanks for drawing attention to the program. It is a huge success, and it's being replicated. So the ladybugs, so you know, are from Ape Canada. which is we import, they're like tuk-tuks that you may have experienced in other geographic areas, but they come from Italy, and we fabricate locally here in Diamond Valley.
Amazing, amazing. Thank you. Thanks for that answer. Yeah.
Thank you. Any questions from council members? Councilor Schmidt?
Yes, just another quick question for Mr. Garner. Sorry.
Come on back up, Mark.
Just because you raised the drainage issues and infrastructure is something that is on all of our minds now with council. Just wondering if you could expand perhaps on your role as a BIA, well, as the Downtown Association, and because your business has experienced the infrastructure, if you believe that yours and others could be a resource for us to reach out to as we look into how we're managing infrastructure and the issues that we see, just given that you're all on the ground and experiencing this every day and have some expertise.
Thanks, Councillor. Another great question, and through the chair, I think BIAs play a significant role because we're in the trenches daily, dealing with the issues that are impacting business, and specifically around accessibility and other things, safety. Infrastructure, I think, the conversation that you're about to enter into as a city, it would behoove us all to work together in partnership to identify where opportunities could exist. I know in our patch, just working with NMAX and ATCO, because we're very focused on water as a city right now, but remember there's other infrastructure that needs to be looked at. We have significant ATCO vaults and NMAX vaults that date back to 1937, 1952, that are currently in a need of repair. So as we look at office to residential conversion and the movement of retail coming to the downtown core, we hope that infrastructure in those economic investments that the city is making, that infrastructure is a top priority to ensure infrastructure is updated at that time. You may know, and some of the announcements recently, Ruth Chris is moving to the West End. Tony Roma's is coming to the area, and we hope with those types of investments and the priority and focus of retailers wanting to make an investment in downtown because they believe in the direction we're headed, that the infrastructure is already replaced, because we would hate to see those businesses open and then have to replace a hydro vault or any infrastructure in that area when the business formally does open. So there is a partnership, and I think that connection and working relationship is great to be established with BIA, since we know what's on the street very, very granularly.
Thank you, very helpful.
Thank you.
Thank you both. Do we have any other speakers? Come on up.
Good morning, Your Worship. Good morning, Council. My name is Talene Stayestall. I'm the Executive Director of the 17th Avenue Business Improvement Area. I've been in this role since September of 2021. Would like to address something that Councillor Schmidt that you had brought up specifically about just development within the Beltline and of course 17th Avenue and pertaining to Ship and Anchor. So one of the things that we are seeing, especially on 17th Avenue within our corridor, we have 50 blocks that we cover, so we are the second biggest of the BIAs. We're also the oldest. We've been around for almost 43 years. Maybe the wisest, maybe the oldest, but anyways. And being the second biggest, we do cover quite a swath of land, and also means there's a lot of varying infrastructure issues, just because, you know, one light pole is different than the other, sidewalks are different sizes than the other, bollards protecting buildings on busy corners, some of those things are missing. So safety is really one of the issues that we take very seriously. The corner of 14th Street and 17th Avenue has a giant Arlington property that's going up there, so it's exciting to see that build. It's already known as a very dangerous intersection though, so there's always those concerns of car accidents. And also just with the increased number of residents that are coming into the Beltline because of the exciting development, it does mean that traffic needs to be looked at. Some of the lighting patterns, the signals, advanced turn lights, those types of things I think need to have a closer look. As well as we were lucky enough to have some bike lanes installed. The project was just finished fall of 2025. What that means specifically though for our BIA is that we lost more than 300 parking spots. You'll know that when you come to the responsibilities and roles of a BIA, parking and parking management is part of that. So we're always trying to figure out, the horse trading. If we're going to lose spots, how can we get more ones? How can we maintain those levels? We know that our BIA is a destination. It seems that lots of people live on 17th Avenue and then they get older, they have families, they move into different parts of the community, but they come back because the Ship and Anchor is their favorite place to sit on a patio. They know that Walls Alive is their favorite place to come and get paint and wallpaper. So we are that destination where cars are still very much needed. I know if I'm going to spend $1,000 on wallpaper, I'm not going to schlep it on a bike and I'm not going to schlep it on a bus. So just for accessibility, just for parking, we need to ensure that with the giant uptick in the number of residents coming into the Beltline, we have places for their cars as residents, but also places for our consumers, those people that are in need. Not everyone can. Some people do need to park right outside because of accessible parking demands, which also means that our events and festivals need to be accessible. Which also means that flow of traffic has to be maintained. So we're very much onto ensuring that we have a very lively and safe entertainment and retail district. We also want to make sure that we are not closed for business by keeping our roads open 24/7. And just what is it that we need to do business? Funds, reliable funds. The only reliable funding, and Councillor Schmidt, and we've talked about it, and as well, Councillor Kelly, you brought that up earlier today. What do we need to keep going? We need reliable funds. The only reliable funding that we have comes from those business levies, and those grants every year get more competitive. There's more organizations that are nonprofit that are learning about some of the grants that we used to use exclusively. So the streams are just not there. So when it comes to funding for the 4-year plan that Council will be looking at this fall of 2026, that 4-year cycle that starts in 27, I think all 15 BIAs definitely need some form of reliable funding that's just a given from the City of Calgary for safe and clean, and also for events and festivals.
Thank you. Councillor Schmidt, I believe, has a question for you.
Yes, just to, Mr. Morstad mentioned this, and I think your perspective is important given you're the neighboring BIA as well. Based on your comments, it sounds like that you're also identifying there's perhaps a gap in some of our policies and some of the issues that you're facing, but there's also an opportunity here for us to bring all of you together to see if there are any better opportunities for this collaboration to enable you, but also to maybe update or improve some of those policies so that we have more cohesion across the ward as it comes to development in BIAs. Would you have any comments on that?
Yeah, I think it's not just collaboration across our ward. I think it's across all the wards and all of the BIAs. There's an organization, it's a federation of Calgary BIAs called CBIZ, that's the acronym. So we are a foundation, we are a society. All 15 BIAs are automatically part of that federation. And so there's really an opportunity for all of the BIAs to work underneath that CBIZ umbrella with all of the city councillors, as well as city administration, to really ensure that the high tide can float all of the boats, all those boats being all 15 BIAs. So whether it comes to funding, infrastructure, CBIZ could definitely be that funnel to which all of these things can be addressed with one unified voice.
Excellent. Yeah, again, I think that's an important conversation, and as you mentioned, we've chatted quite a bit, so I think furthering that will only help us succeed. So thanks
Agreed.
for coming today.
Thank you.
Thank you. Any other council members for questions? Councillor Kelly?
Thank you for being here today. I just wanted to jump in. I'm really glad that you brought up CBIZ. Glad to see that you all are working together. And specifically my question, I guess, is about, you had mentioned the specific things that you were hoping to see for in our 4-year budget around cleanliness and festival and event. Was there anything else in there?
The cleanliness also comes to safety. Yeah. Yeah.
I appreciate you drawing that connection. The last question I just wanted to ask in there is, I assume you're talking when you say we'd like to see that in our 4-year business plan, you're then talking about city grants. And so I'm just curious if you can speak a little bit to why grants you think would be the most appropriate place for that versus the being paid for by the tax levy.
No, I don't necessarily, sorry if I had misspoke. I don't think it's about grants. I feel like there needs to be something in place specifically for BIAs that we know, and I mean, it even goes back to your question that sometimes when we're working on our budgets annually, sometimes we do have to be somewhat reserved, and because there's no guarantee, it's our best guess that there may be a grant. There's also good surprises throughout the year when something new comes online that we've never heard of, but it may be $15,000, and there's 15 of us all fighting for that $15,000, but only 4 of us may be successful. So it's very unpredictable, and I think that's what's reflected in those budgets when there's discrepancies, because what needs to come to us is frankly what's guaranteed. When it comes to safe and clean, it raises the profile for the whole city. It's not just for the BIA. When people say they feel unsafe coming from different areas of Calgary, different suburbs, they don't want to come downtown, they don't want to go in the Beltline, they don't want to go into even Inglewood or Kensington. So at some point, it's not just a responsibility of the funding of our businesses that contribute to the levy. It's truly on the city to support us in the work that we're doing to make our community safe.
Thank you. I appreciate the clarification.
Thank you. Do we have any other speakers who would like to approach?
Good morning. My name is Marion Hayes. I am the ED for Montgomery.
And good morning. My name is Kelly Freeman. I'm the Executive Director of the Main Street Bonus BIA. Thanks for having us today.
Thank you for being here with us.
I just wanted to go back and address Councillor Atkinson's conversation with regards to funding. While we haven't filled in a formal application for funding, because we did in 2024 receive the recovery grant, we have been working with a different department outside of the people behind us. So we will be asking for continued support financially for marketing. The city, I do want to acknowledge that they have started a program which is called Turn Detours into Discoveries, and we are running and working with that right now. And we appreciate it. If I could make a recommendation, though, or an ask, it's to have these kind of programs in place prior to, because the program started after. So, you know, the traffic is sort of getting back to normal, and it would have been fantastic if we could have run that during the 2 weeks, 3 weeks. I also wanted to say that our budget was submitted in December, so we didn't have or hope or foresee this event taking place. So, yeah, thanks.
So from a Bonus perspective, just to give you a little context, Bonus is the smallest BIA out of all of them. We have only 60 businesses. So with our budget being only $55,000 after our admin costs and just to keep the doors open, that essentially leaves us with no extra money. So we in Bonus rely heavily on grant funding to do any kind of extras, any kind of initiatives, events, anything like that. In the unfortunate circumstance where there's a water main break, any inconvenience to Calgarians, if they can avoid our area, they will. So this most recent water main break, we got to witness firsthand just how chaotic it becomes in both Montgomery and Bonus, just from a traffic perspective. So for me, if I need to go get my nails done, my hair cut, I need to get my oil changed, I'm avoiding Montgomery and Bonus at all costs. So in speaking with the mayor's office, I learned about some funding called the Council Community Funding. Not sure if you've heard of it, but we can apply for up to $500,000. So we do require council endorsement. So I would like to meet with Councillor Tyers just to get your buy-in, just to see what that could look like. So I would want a commitment over the next year to be able to do some intentional programming for Bonus. So we know that the construction is going to be happening. Let's be proactive in the approach. How are we going to get people to our area regardless of it being inconvenient? So I want to create multiple initiatives over the next year to force people to want to come down. So regardless of how long it's going to take to get there, I want to go down to Bowness. So that would require funding from you folks, and I hope that you're able to support that. And just to reiterate what Marion said, yes, turning detours into discoveries was a great campaign, but unfortunately it was launched on January 17th, which all the construction was done. So unfortunately it didn't really help, but we appreciate the approach. And I'll take questions.
Thank you so much. Any questions for our presenters here? Councillor Atkinson.
Just with your experience of the disruptions in 2024, is there anything that you would like to, we've got administration here, ways in which we can be sort of like proactively, it's great to hear some of the nods in terms of the supports and these kinds of things. What do you think really aided you in terms of, supporting those local businesses in both Montgomery and Bowness through the last round of challenges? And then hopefully we can implement some of those in the challenges coming up.
So I know for us, one of the challenges when we get a lump sum of money, we have to articulate very clearly what we're spending that money on. Every single dollar has to be accounted for. So that means we have to sit down and create this campaign and decide right off the hop what we're doing. We cannot pivot or move as required throughout the duration of that time that we need to use this money. So just having some flexibility to be able to talk to our business owners and ask them, okay, what do you need? What activations can we bring to the area? So just having some flexibility with that funding. So you say, here's $100,000, you've got the next 18 months to use it. As long as we're documenting and we can show a return on investment, that would be good enough for everybody.
I would echo that. Was your question directed just at funding or overall?
Overall, I think actually like funding is a piece of it, but I'm interested actually more in like the sort of creative solutions that we can be bringing to the table and we thinking holistically about our approach in these kinds of situations.
I think the biggest thing for us was 16th Avenue and the effects of traffic on our area. Bowness Road was not built for the type of traffic that is going on it or was going through it. So just if, when we're planning ahead to maintain traffic in both directions on 16th Avenue is just so key for us. And also when it comes to funding, just to emphasize that when the water is flowing freely, it doesn't mean that people are coming back to our area. So just if we could get a broader timeline of funding to be spent over, to get a longer return on investment. You can't just throw money in 3 months and get to see a return so quickly. We really have to bring people back over time and emphasize that. So just longer term and more options on ways to spend that funding.
Thank you both. Oh, sorry.
I do have one more thing. I'll keep talking all day. For Bowness, I know that we've got our largest street festival happening in August. Bowness lands in the Phase B of the project. So the big question is, will our street festival still be able to go on? That's most of our businesses, that's their busiest day out of the entire year. So just having some clear communication on what that's going to look like. Is there a possible impact? Do we halt planning right now, or what does that look like? Because that is our largest street festival.
That's great. And thank you both. Thank you both for your efforts too in the previous break and all your efforts to support the businesses through what is going to be a trying time, but we're going to hopefully come out the other side strong. Yeah.
Thank you. Don't go anywhere. I believe we have a couple more questions for you. And I just want to say I appreciate, as you're speaking, that Michael Thompson was looking you straight in the eyes and holding eye contact, because these are great pieces of feedback that we're going to need to incorporate as the difficult project is executed. So over to Councillor Winess.
Thanks. You started getting to where my question is. Knowing that we are building and we will potentially be ripping up streets, what is the communication like to risk mitigate the challenges you're facing? So you just mentioned that summer festival. I'm sure Stampede, I've been there for a pancake breakfast. How is that communication working with admin right now on whether or not you should even be planning these events going?
And you bring up a really great point, because we do have our bonus parade in July and then in August. So, you know, that's the question. So I can go through Councillor Tyers or admin, but sometimes what we've noticed is that the right hand's not talking to the left hand. And I mean, our bonus parade last year, we had, the city came out and started tearing up the streets. They had no idea we had a big parade happening within the next 2 hours. So we just need to have that clear communication. And, you know, I shared that information with the mayor's office and asked for that advice. So I'll go straight to your team and ask, what can I do on my end, Marion's end, because I know that they've got a big street festival as well in June. So yeah, just being very clear what's already planned.
Yeah, okay, so we'll be watching you, Thompson. On your communication. Yeah. My next question is what you felt during the December, January break. What are your businesses worried about going forward? We already saw like a loss of business. How are they anticipating mitigating that challenge going through the construction zone? Do they have a breakdown where they could tell and share with council and administration of what position a lot of these guys are in? We're already seeing it with Angels Cafe. They can't operate there. They're gone. Do we have other businesses that are in that place? Because I think, honestly, Angels is the tip of the iceberg for what this construction is going to bring to businesses in the area.
For Montgomery, we saw a decrease in businesses over the last year, people leaving and setting up shop in different communities. So from that point of view, it's hard to draw in new business. And with this project going forward and needed, there's two sides of the story. Everybody there knows it needs to happen. So while you try to be understanding, understanding doesn't pay the bills.
Yeah.
So.
Did we lose any from the original break from, how many, do you have a number of how many businesses were lost?
So in Bowness, we lost one of our largest businesses, which was Mikey's Juke Joint. So he had just started the business in November of 2023. And then he couldn't get the foot traffic to keep the doors open, unfortunately. So he closed up shop within 12 months.
That's hard.
Yeah. So just to answer your question from a Bowness perspective, if I was looking to open up a business somewhere, or I'm a commercial investor, there's no way I'm going to invest in Bowness at this point, just because it looks like it's chaos all the time. So Bowness and Montgomery have been through so much, and so we've got multiple vacant commercial properties within our BIA district, which impacts our levy at the end of the day. So whatever our levy is, that goes to the rest of the business owners to pay. So it definitely has an impact on bringing in new business, businesses closing up. And then from what I can hear from current businesses is they're scared what's going to happen when the next break goes. I was able to mitigate quite quickly, because I recall from the first one, there was no foot traffic coming into our district. Everybody thought we were closed. So immediately I jumped on a Shop Local campaign, the BIA did, and we put out signage at the start and at the front. Mobility, they gave us some signage that we could use that says Bowness is open, come visit, shop on Main Street. So in speaking with the businesses, they weren't as hard hit this time, but certainly not as much foot traffic as normal days.
So we kind of have to design a mitigation strategy during construction and an exit strategy to attract new businesses once it's stabilized, essentially?
I think so, yeah, and give people a reason to want to come. So what sets us apart from the other businesses that you could just easily go to? So we want to give people a reason to come down. So let's start working on something.
Awesome. Okay, well, I'll take that away. Thank you for your answers.
Thank you, Councillor Tyers.
Well, I guess Councillor Winus took most of my questions, but nice to see you, Kelly and Marion. We've been doing a lot of work with both your BIAs to hopefully mitigate the situation here. You did bring up communication and how the left hand wasn't talking to the right hand, especially when it came to supporting business during construction, how those signs came out right after the traffic flow went back to normal. Do you have any suggestions on how we could have maybe moved a little quicker than that? I think maybe admin didn't see that, maybe they didn't know that it was going to happen so quickly when they had organized that communication plan, but do you have any suggestions about how to do that better moving forward?
Well, I know that the city has certain processes, especially around the communication marketing perspective. I think you should use your executive directors as leverage. Bring us into the conversations. We can help you. We know what we need in the area, so talk to us. So the current signs that are up right now, when you drive down, there's a big arrow that's pointing this way. So it looks like the sign's actually telling you to turn, when really the arrow is pointing at shop in Montgomery Bowness. So that was a bit of a miss, but lean on us, lean on the executive directors, the BIAs, because we have the information that you're going to need, and we can help you to do a shop campaign local. We work directly with the businesses, so if they've got specials or deals that they want to present, then we can share that with you as well.
Yeah, no, that's exactly what my approach would be as well. And when we did take a walk through the businesses when this first happened, one of the main things that you brought to our attention was about how is this going to affect your upcoming festivals, Tour de Bowness and the parade. And so I have consistent meetings with GM Thompson. He loves it. And we're definitely making sure that we're having those important conversations to make sure that you're aware of the information the second we know it, so that you can make changes on your end or whatever you need to do. And we'll try to do that as soon as possible. We have been already in those discussions, but appreciate you guys taking the time to come out. Thank you so much.
Thank you. I think that's it from council, but Marion and Cal, I'll just repeat what you've heard previously. Just kudos. You guys have been working your butts off during incredibly challenging times on behalf of your businesses and also affected residents. So again, you really punch above your weight. Your advocacy really matters, and I heard a collective commitment amongst council and administration here to work alongside you to get this done once and for all this year, by the end of this year.
Thank you, everyone.
I'm unfortunately not allowed to allow applause in the chamber, despite applause directed at collectively me and everybody else. So unfortunately, I have to ask you to refrain. Any other members of the public here representing a business or any of the BIs wish to speak with council? Council colleagues, is there anyone you wanted to hear from that you didn't have a chance to? Great. Seeing none, can I please have a mover to put the recommendations on the table? Moved by Councillor Atkinson, second by Councillor Kelly. Councillor Atkinson, did you want to introduce the item?
No, I mean, it's a omnibus, but obviously this goes towards supporting a very important part in our local communities. And thanks to everyone who came out today for all of the work, not just in preparing what you've done here, but all the work that you do 365 days a year to make sure that small and local businesses are a vibrant part in our local communities.
And before we go to any debate or questions, Councillor Chabot or anybody else, did you have the opportunity to review the confidential item? I just want to make sure council has gotten that. Okay. All right. Any discussion on the recommendations on the screen? Councillor Kelly?
Yeah, just really quickly for my council colleagues, I just want to, I mean, obviously I'll support this here today, but just remind us some of the things that we heard from some of the BIA representatives here as we enter into our 4-year budget plan, that we're going to want to think a little bit more on the safety, the cleanliness, and some of the event stuff that these fine folks are doing in order to make our city a lively and welcoming place. As we go through that and set our priorities, I just encourage us to keep this in mind, what we heard today. Thank you, Your Worship.
Thank you. Councillor Atkinson, close.
Closed.
Thank you. Madam Clerk, let's please engage the vote on the recommendations on the screen.
Councillor Johnston, your vote, please. Thank you. Mayor Farkas, your vote, please.
Yes.
Thank you. All the votes are in.
Thank you. Please display the results. The motion on the business improvement area items on the screen previously.
Sorry, I clicked yes on that. Can we change this vote? Yeah, can we change the vote?
Mayor Farkas, that will require unanimous consent.
I believe if we have general consent, we can allow the vote to be changed.
Okay.
Okay. Seeing unanimous consent, we will allow that. And with that change, the motion is carried unanimously, 15-0. All right, Council, we have 3 sets of readings of bylaws. We'll start with the first of 3 sets. First reading of bylaw 5M 2026. Anyone opposed? And this is the Business Improvement Area Tax bylaw. Anyone opposed? Seeing none, or hearing none, that is carried. Second reading of bylaw 5M 2026. Anyone opposed? Hearing none, that is carried. Authorization for third reading of bylaw 5M 2026. Anyone opposed? Hearing none, that's carried unanimously. Third reading of bylaw 5M 2026. Anyone opposed? Hearing none, that is carried. We'll now move to the second of 3 of the bylaws. Now we're going to the first reading of bylaw 4M 2026. Anyone opposed? Hearing none, that is carried. Second reading of bylaw 4M 2026. Anyone opposed? Hearing none, that is carried. Authorization for third reading of bylaw 4M 2026. Anyone opposed? Hearing none, that is carried unanimously. Third reading of bylaw 4M 2026. Anyone opposed? Hearing none, that is carried. We're now on the third sets of bylaws. So first reading of bylaw 3M 2026. Anyone opposed? Hearing none, that is carried. Second reading of bylaw 3M 2026. Anyone opposed? Hearing none, that is carried. Authorization for third reading of bylaw 3M 2026. Anyone opposed? Hearing none, that's carried unanimously. Third reading of bylaw 3M 2026. Anyone opposed? Hearing none, that is carried. Congratulations, Council. We will now move to item 6, confirmation of minutes. I'll get Councillor Chabot to place that motion on the table, seconded by Councillor Kelly. Councillor Chabot, I believe we had a adjustment that was required.
Yeah, it's a minor clerical misspelling of one of the applicants, so it's just moving them as amended.
All right, so that motion has been placed as amended, as corrected on the December 16th public hearing meeting of council minutes. Any debate on the minutes? Any other further corrections? No, seeing none. Madam Clerk, let's please engage the e-vote on the minutes, the omnibus there, 6.1 through 6.7.
I just had to say goodbye.
Councillor Tyers, your vote, please. Councillor Tyers, your vote, please. Absent. Mayor Farkas, your vote, please.
Yes.
Thank you. All the votes are in.
Thank you. Please display the results. On the minutes, that motion is carried 14-0. Councillor Tyers was absent. We'll now move to item 7, the consent agenda. Before we pull any items, I need a mover and seconder for the consent agenda omnibus motion. Moved by Councillor Pantzopoulos, seconded by Councillor Kelly. It's on the floor. I have a few speakers that wish to speak to this. Let me go back up. First, Councillor Dhaliwal.
Thanks, Mayor. I just want to pull 7.4 just to vote against it. No debate, no presentation. Thanks.
Yeah, thank you, Councillor Dhaliwal. 7.4, Ward Office Furniture Suite is being pulled over to Councillor Jameson on the consent agenda.
Yeah, I just want to pull 7.8, confidential Bears Paw. Really, I just have a question around it, actually.
Is it requiring the full panel, or?
No.
Could you just clarify?
Administration.
Yeah, administration. Yeah. Okay. And then I think Councillor Chabot, you had an item as well?
Yeah, item 7.6.
7.6, council reserves policy amendments.
I want some additional clarification on it before I vote on it.
Yeah, sounds good. Any other items to be pulled from this? Seeing none, with subtracting the items that have been pulled, I'll call the question on the new consent agenda, or sorry, the consent items are 7.1, 2, 3, 5, and 7. Madam Clerk, let's please engage the vote.
Councillor Tyers, your vote. Absent. Mayor Farkas, your vote, please.
Yes.
All the votes are in.
All right, please display the results. Consent agenda motion is carried, 14-0. Councillor Tyers is absent. All right, first up is, oh my gosh. Yep, 7-4. Yeah. The memo today is kind of convoluted, but it's, you guys have been good attention to detail. So 7.4, Historic Calgary City Hall, Ward Office Furniture Suite Verbal. Would anyone like to move the item? I forget who is the chair of this committee. Councillor Chabot has moved the item, seconded by Councillor Winas. No debate. Councillor Chabot, you want to close?
Yeah, no, not a heck of a lot to say. It's standardizing our equipment, and you can choose to participate or not. Obviously, I've chosen not to, but others may want to do that. And I've heard of others actually bringing some of their own equipment. Ideally, we would like to create more uniform sort of office opportunities, hence the reason the report is before you. Of course, there's also some special provisions in there if you want to get specialized equipment at your own risk, or I mean at your own budgetary expenses. So happy to move the recommendations.
All right, so that's opened. I'll just jump in. I largely don't have an opinion on this. My yes is a bit more of an abstention, but it's still a yes in support of this. I just encourage council, there is significant inventory, I think, within facilities. I remember my first week or two as a council member, I had the opportunity to tour this warehouse where there's a lot of stuff that was kind of on hand. So consider reusing what might be on hand prior to needed expenditures. So with that, Councillor Clark to speak on this.
Just had a question, if that's possible. Am I able to ask administration or facilities, I suppose, a question?
Do we have anyone from facilities with us who could speak to this?
I'm happy to take any questions. And
Yeah, perfect. I mean, just a curiosity with, I did utilize my own furnishings, and so I wondered, I know that there's an expense to the budget for our offices. I wonder if there's any sort of rebate, or because I'm not utilizing. Just curious to know. Just curious.
You get kudos.
Yeah, I don't think that was part of the program. We would certainly reflect those savings back into our budgets, but it wouldn't be remitted back into the office.
Into the office budget? Okay, no, that's great. Thank you very much.
And I'll just say to any Ward 9 residents watching, you should book a meeting with Councillor Clark to see his nice stuff, because none of it's on the taxpayer dime. That's all. Councillor McLean.
Thank you, Mayor. I have had the pleasure of checking out his cool stuff in his office, and I've spoke again. I really don't have a big problem with this. I spoke against it in committee, and we'll probably vote no again, just because I don't like uniformity where everybody has to have exactly the same thing. My office is completely different, and I run it about it a different way. I like a little more autonomy for councillors themselves, where I've seen them over my last years and years here, at least 4.5. More and more of our decisions are becoming out of council services or from administration or different things. I would like to see more decisions being made by council and councillors ourselves. So again, it's a little bit of a protest vote, because I like to have we're all unique, and we should all be able to do kind of what we want, in my opinion. So that's all. But again, not a big problem with this.
Thanks, Councillor McLean. Deputy Mayor Johnston.
Are we able to opt out of the, because like when we go to the warehouse, the transportation costs of some of this furniture is really expensive. Is there any way we can move it ourselves or opt out of the transportation costs?
I think we'd probably like to help you with moving that furniture. We don't want to put anybody at risk safety-wise. We do a lot of the moves through our contracted services, so I prefer to keep that move to those specialists.
Sure, that's what I asked was, can we opt out of it? can we move it ourselves?
You can always at risk move it yourself. I think it would be troublesome for our safety folks to have you folks moving furniture, but certainly if you wanted to move.
Okay,
I'm
but
sure
if, let's say it's a $475 to move a couch, we can move it without charging the taxpayers for that. Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Winus.
Thanks. The intent of this is to standardize so that every 4 years, counselors' offices are not spending 10 grand to furnish their office. That's the whole purpose of this, because coming from last term to this term, we just want to standardize so everyone has bookshelves, has a desk, has a meeting space, and we don't have to debate this every 4 years. So please support it.
Anybody else? Councillor Chabot to close.
Yeah, as Councillor Wine has pointed out, of course, also looking at modernizing the equipment so that the next councillor doesn't have to be stuck with the old outdated equipment like some of us have. And of course, my equipment is getting quite dated, but it's very functional from my perspective, which is why I have not chosen to update it. That said, there's only one caveat that I would put to supporting this motion, is that if I can somehow get that yellow chair that was in Ward 1 in the assistant's office back for my new assistant, I would ask administration to look into that, because that is something that was paid for by that office, and I happen to have employed that actual employee now and would like to have that chair for that employee. Just saying. Not that it's part of the recommendations, but thank you for this. I think it's a good way forward, not only for this council, but future councils, to having more modern equipment so that they're not end up having to have old, outdated equipment, or at least not having the provision for having more modern equipment. And this sort of facilitates that, more uniform in nature, but there's still that option for that slightly varied equipment that's still very much in alignment with the standard equipment, just a little more specialized if you want to spend extra money. So, close.
Thank you, Councillor Chabot. Let's please engage the vote.
Mayor Farkas, your vote, please. Thank you. All the votes are in.
Thank you. On this item, please display the results. On the historic Calgary City Hall updated furniture suite, that motion is carried 11-4 with councillors Dhaliwal, Clark, Yule, and Jameson opposed. So if there's no objection, council, I'm just going to bang the gavel a bit early here. We have 11:45, the start of our luncheon, recognizing the departing board, committees, commission members, and it might be appropriate for us to have the opportunity to just speak with them a little bit prior to that, so we're not as rushed. All right, seeing no objection, I'm going to bang this gavel, and we're back at 1:15 in the chamber. Regular meeting of Calgary City Council. Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
Thank you, Mayor. On the roll, Councillor Kelly.
Present.
Councillor McLean.
Here.
Councillor Pantazopoulos. Councillor Schmidt. Councillor Tyers. Councillor Ward. Councillor Winus. Councillor Ewell. Councillor Atkinson.
Here.
Councillor Chabot.
Present.
Councillor Clark.
Present.
Councillor Dhaliwal. Councillor Jameson. Councillor Johnston.
Here.
And Mayor Farkas.
I'm here.
Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, colleagues. Before we get back to the regular agenda, we have a time-specific recognition. Specifically, we're very pleased to recognize some of Calgary's most tremendous community volunteers. So joining us today in our chamber here are several Calgarians who have served one or more terms on the city's boards, commissions, and committees, and whose terms have come to an end. Through their work, they have liaised with fellow community members, understood concerns, conducted research, prepared presentations, and encouraged positive actions to address issues. It's no overstatement to say that their efforts and enthusiasm help make Calgary and our communities more informed, more inclusive, and a great place to make a life. On the screen, you will see the names of our 79 outgoing members. 24 of them are with us in the council chamber today. So as I read the names of those present, and if you are able to, please stand to be recognized and remain standing until I complete the list. Firstly, we have from the Anti-Racism Action Committee, Rinad Al-Adani. From the Assessment Review Board, Alana Hargan. From the Beltline Community Investment Fund Committee, Sabrina Chi. Eric Gonzalez. From the Biodiversity Advisory Committee, Amanda Dixon. Leah Randall. Matthew Rigas. And Mindy Summers. From the Calgary Salutes Community Engagement Subcommittee, Mark Elwood. From the Calgary Salutes Friends of HMCS Calgary Subcommittee, Bob Park. From the Calgary Sports and Major Events Committee, Kareem Ismaili. And Duncan Melville. From the Calgary Transit Access Eligibility Appeal Board, Kulminder Banga. From the Climate Advisory Committee, Taylor Brown. And Ryan Germain. From the Council Advisory Committee on Housing, Leslie Hill. From Heritage Calgary, Lauren Herschel. From Multi-Sport Fieldhouse, Catriona LeMay Doan. From Silvera for Seniors, Janice Cullen. And Robert Eason. From the Social Wellbeing Advisory Committee, Gertrude Kaur Thind. From the Subdivision and Development Appeal Board, Andy Orr. And Salimi Sehar. And James Scott. From the Urban Design Review Panel, Maria Landry. And Narella Hussein Zada. Council, please join me in offering our thanks to this group of hardworking volunteers who have served on the city's boards, commissions, and committees. Thank you for being here with us in the audience. I'm going to have to ask members of the public to please not address council unless invited to do so, so that we can adhere to our legislation and the policy and procedures. Thank you. And before we conclude this item, Council, I just wanted to acknowledge Audit Committee Chair Councillor Wynas. You had the opportunity to recognize the late Cheryl McGillivray, who served on our Audit Committee from 2023 to 2025. And I just want to say we really appreciate you marking that at the previous Audit Committee meeting, and we wanted to recognize her loss as well.
Thank you.
So on behalf of the members of council, we express our appreciation to all of you for your service to our city. We trust that your future endeavors will be interesting and productive, and we wish you all the best in the future. Thank you for being here with us today. Okay, so with that, I believe that we will move to the remaining items on our consent agenda, Madam Clerk.
That's right, Mayor, and your next item will be item 7.6.
All right, so we have 7.6. I believe Councillor Chabot, you had pulled this item.
Thanks, Your Worship. No,
And this was the reserves item, Council. Yeah.
Yeah, it's the new policy around reserves. And originally I was looking at it and I saw that this might be beneficial, improve efficiencies, and then I started asking myself, well, what kind of changes, and at what point in time does council get to weigh in on it? Like what's the checkpoint where council says, okay, hang on a second, what are we doing? And so whilst I appreciate the ability to improve efficiency in the allocation or the reallocation or the recommendation for allocation of funds, I'm questioning as to at what point does council have a say on it. So I guess that's my question to administration. If you can give us an example maybe of some changes that might happen, and at what point does council get a chance to say yay or nay on the recommendations?
Thank you for the question, Councillor Chabot. So I'm going to answer this in two parts. I'll answer the latter part first, and then maybe I'll ask our team to talk a little bit about the work plan. So in general, the council engagement and where we see that improved governance is by integrating the reserves into the four-year budget cycle. So right now, the reserves in some ways are almost a byproduct of the budgeting process. And what we want to do is we want to move that into the front end, and we want the council, so your priorities, how that turns into a four-year plan, to really drive that reserve usage and creation usage as well as rationalization. So we don't have a laundry list of transactions teed up. It's more so about work that we're going to do post the approval of this policy as we go through, as we receive your priorities, turn that into a plan, and then integrate it into the budgeting process. But we do have a couple of other milestones, and I'll let Deputy Director Ann speak to those.
All right, some additional items that we're looking at is looking at the different categories. So in the presentation, we put about fiscal sustainability, contingency, and cash flow management. A lot of that is actually still in a response to our City Auditor's Office recommendation that we report back to them in June of this year, and that will then go through the normal channels of Audit Committee back here as well. So there's that channel as well as part of our four-year budget process.
I know that one of the reserves that just came to light here recently was, I think it's called the Community Investment Reserve, where there was $42 million of tax room that was put into a reserve specifically to address capital infrastructure needs. But again, there wasn't a clear line of sight for members of council as to when some of that debt would have been completely paid down and created that additional room within that tax room, as it were, to then reallocate. And so will this help to provide greater, I guess, predictability and vision, if you will, into how those funds will be utilized and can be utilized for capital projects?
Yes, so that will be part of the four-year budget process when we look at all the reserves, as well as our annual reserve reporting. We will revamp that report to show how you can follow that through that report.
Included in that, of course, will be what has changed over time, insofar as some legislation has changed that has reduce the amount of contributions that going into certain reserves. I'll give you one example. It's the franchise fee legislation has changed, so it's going to change the amount of revenue that potentially can go into the reserve for future capital that benefits from that, I believe.
Yeah, so over time, each of the reserve templates shows the different authorization documents that show the changes. What we can do in the future is when we revamp the reserve report is to show that a little bit more transparently, because we do show that for every one of them. But that is some feedback that we received at executive committee that we will be looking into including in a reserve report.
So all of that then will then be brought before council at budget time. Then there's not going to be a decision made by administration in between that to allocate some of those funds to capital projects that administration thinks it should be allocated to?
No, not for 2026. So a lot of it will be part of the four-year budget process.
Okay, thanks. That was one of my concerns, and that's the reason that I wanted to have it pulled from the consent agenda. I just want to make sure that we weren't just arbitrarily given administration free reins on utilizing some of those capital funds for different projects. So thanks for that response. I will now support the recommendations, even though I supported it previously. I hadn't really wrapped my head around on the implications of it. So thanks for that additional clarification. No further questions.
Thanks. Given that's from Executive Committee, Councillor Kelly, do you want to move that? Okay. Is there a seconder? Councillor Pantazopoulos? Councillor Kelly, did you want to introduce the item?
Yeah, I just wanted to first maybe on this particular one, because I think at the executive committee, I probably had the most questions on this one, and so much so that I had offered that I would like to learn more, and I was glad to see some other councillors agree with that. And so I wanted to thank you for the lunch and learn with the deep dive on this particular one. I found that incredibly helpful. And so as a result, with all those questions answered, super happy to move this and to vote in favor of it.
All right, any debate? Seeing none, over to you to close, Councillor Kelly.
Closed.
All right, Madam Clerk, let's please engage the e-vote on the revised reserves policy.
Councillor Kelly, your vote, please. Thank you. Councillor Schmidt, thank you. Mayor Farkas, all the votes are in.
Thank you. Please display the results. On the revised reserves policy, the motion is carried 14-1 with Councillor Winus opposed. I believe we're off to 7.8, the Bearspaw Independent Panel Review Report item. Over to you, Councillor Jameson.
Thank you, Mayor. My question for administration pertaining to the independent review panel, they never talked about expropriation or displacement of land to build the new pipe feeder line in the report. Can you just tell me what procedure is in place around Angel Cafe and other homes and businesses that are being told they have to move? Can they return after the work is completed? And is there a mechanism in place for some kind of a business interruption compensation of any kind?
Thanks for the question, Councillor. So with respect to Angel's Cafe, they have a lease with the City of Calgary. As I had mentioned this morning, it includes a 30-day termination. And so we've exercised that termination and are working through that with them. The City of Calgary owns a number of other properties, 2 other homes in the area. One has a residential tenant, one has a commercial tenant. We're in conversation with them. There may be other properties, there will be other properties that are impacted, whether it's through easements, the need for purchase, etc. We will work with those individual landowners on a one-off basis. And then with respect to negotiations with all parties, that's how we interact, is through negotiations, either contractual that we already have and or through a negotiated settlement as we work through that process.
What if it's impossible, given the timeline, for a business to be able to move? I'm not debating how important the feeder line is, but I do want to give some voice to some of the small businesses and people that are going to be affected, not just right now, but there's more to come, and if there's a mechanism to help them that the city has in place.
Yeah, so if we cannot acquire a piece of property, we would put the infrastructure and the utility right-of-way that we own, which is called the road, and we would shut the road down. And it would impact the entire community. And so that is why we work really strategically with individuals to limit that impact. And so our process is really trying to limit community impact, but understanding that we have to get this pipe done as quickly as possible, and that the safety of the entire community outweighs specific impacts locally. Typically, we are really trying to address those local impacts in the planning and design of projects. When we have to move this quickly, we have to be thinking about the impact to the entire city.
Thank you. I do agree with you about how quickly this needs to move forward. So I didn't get the last kind of question I had was, is there any kind of mechanism that the city has to provide any kind of help or compensation to individuals or businesses that are displaced?
So in the past, we have tried one-off programs for business compensation. We're bringing a report back to council to outline how those processes worked. With respect to this project, I would say this is a different project and a different urgency that we have compared to everything we've done in the past. And so we will be evaluating what we need to do going forward. We don't have anything top of hand to discuss right now. Our focus has been on schedule and getting that construction going, which, as you've seen, is underway now. Now we have to look at how we will work with community as we go forward. Working with community is always first and foremost. In this particular situation, schedule is the urgency that we have is driving us, and we will look at how we can help community as we go forward.
I do appreciate all the hard work and hours you're putting in. I think we all recognize that. I just don't want our small businesses that are affected to be forgotten about here or to be damaged in such a way that they can't recover.
100% agree with you. The team is moving very quickly. We have to move very quickly. And I just want to be very clear and lay out the reality of the situation that we're in. Typically, I would love to stand here and talk to you about all of the mitigations that we have in place. I want to be super clear. Our focus is on getting this pipe built so that we can provide that certainty to the community next winter. We will work to try and address all issues as they come up. We don't have those details for you right now.
Thank you.
Thanks. I jumped into the queue myself for CO Duckworth. You'll recall 2 weeks ago there was a letter that was sent to council by the provincial government in terms of documents that were requested. Are we on track to comply with that information request? And maybe I'll throw in a chaser from Councillor Chabot. Are we tracking some of the costs that might be associated with complying with that request?
So thanks for the question, Mayor Farkas. We are on track. We have a 11:59 p.m. deadline tonight. I believe we are in the process of transferring approximately 20,000 files. There will be a very small number of files. We're thinking somewhere in the neighborhood of 50 to 100 that are actually stored off-site that we still need to retrieve and upload, so those will be done at a different date. But by and large, we are on track. With respect to tracking costs, I'm sure, I don't have an answer for you, but I'm sure we can identify the number of staff that have been involved with this to try and figure out what that cost is. I don't have that at my fingertips. So.
Okay. Over to Deputy Mayor Johnston.
Sorry, I just wanted to follow up on what Jameson was saying there about, is there a possible way to give some of these people a little bit more time to remove the stuff? I mean, what if it's not removed by the deadline? Then do we go in and remove it ourselves, or?
The question really around timing of as we get into the sites. So the teams are working one-on-one with the individual businesses and owners as they go through that. I don't have the specifics around each site. We have a team out talking to individuals right now, and they will work through all those details with them.
Okay. And are they able to rebuild after the fact?
So again, right now our focus is on getting the construction done. All great questions about what the future looks like. Would love to stand here and tell you this is what it looks like. That's what we would normally do in a typical process. We would have the plans done, we would have done an engagement. That's what takes more time, is so that we've got all of those activities done concurrently. Right now, we really are overlapping everything. And so design's going, as construction's starting, as we're out talking to the residents and businesses. And so once we know, I'll be back and able to update you on that. I just don't actually know the answer to that right now.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Kelly, you want to move the item?
Yes. Do you want me to open at the same time?
Sure.
I think we've had lots of conversation about this. I don't think we need too much more. I appreciate all the presentations that we've had on this particular topic, and administration for keeping us so informed throughout the entire process, and obviously the panel as well for all the work that they've done. It has been incredibly informative, not just to our water utility, but other parts of the organization as well. So thank you to all of you. I'll mark that as open.
Thanks. With that, also just looking forward to our February 3rd Executive Committee meeting. Members of Council, be sure to attend that. That's when the implementation plan comes back to us. Also, just want to acknowledge and thank Heather Johnson, Chris Arthurs for stepping up in a big way to help steward this work internally. So looking forward to that. That's moved by Councillor Kelly, actually seconded by Councillor Atkinson. Okay. All right, any further debate? Oh, whoops, Councillor Schmidt.
Yes, sorry, I'll be brief. I just wanted to recognize that GM Thompson, you made a comment previously about how there would be interruptions when we are doing these major infrastructure projects, and that I want to recognize that you and your team were able to bring this bad news to us, which I think is a start in our moving towards the right direction for our ability to do this together, to get the delivery of the bad news, and then for us to be able to work through that together, because, you know, we can't have all things all the time. And that if this is the start of how that will be working, I believe that this is how we become more constructive and make better decisions. And then us as council can take on that responsibility of managing and helping members of the public who are experiencing these interruptions, while also demonstrating the value of putting in this infrastructure. So I just wanted to point that out, because I think that this is what we need to be doing from now on, and for us to fully understand our role and our ability to help the city manage these issues. So just thank you, and wanted to recognize that.
Thank you, Councillor Chabot.
Yeah, no, you actually prompted a question for me based on the response that I heard from CEO Duckworth in relations to the response to the provincial requests. Some 20,000 files, I believe is what you mentioned. And it begs the question of, what is it that I don't know? I certainly don't know anything about the 20,000 files that you're talking about, and not that I'm really keen on reading through that many files, but is there any way that we can get some sort of a summary based on what the content of all that material is over time? I would like to think that I'm somewhat knowledgeable, but it's 20,000 files I haven't seen. Sorry for the question. But.
A lot of files. We agree. And we will also be sending council the link. There will be some files that are confidential, many that are public documents. We will try to provide a summary. I've asked the same thing, my team has asked the same thing, so we'll try our best to provide some type of summary of what's in there, so you don't have to dive through it, but it goes all the way back to 2004. So we will do our best to make sure, one, we provide you the link, access to the information so that you have it at your disposal. And secondly, that we can summarize it in some form. So my team is actually working on that right now.
Yeah, and as was mentioned before, the first question that came to mind is, how many staff are going to be involved in putting together all this information? So you said that you don't know at this point. Is there at some point in time when we'll have an idea on what kind of resources got put into this to provide this response in the time frame that it was responded in?
I can confirm it's significant. I just don't have the number and the actual time, but it's a significant effort across the organization to comply with this very short timeline.
Yes.
Like I said, by and large, we'll meet the timeline. There's a few documents that are stored off-site that we still have to get, but I'll make sure when we, if not today, maybe tomorrow or the next day, I'll send, when we send the link to this information to you, I'll try to put a summary of the efforts of the administration with respect to number of staff and rough costs to comply. I'll try to make sure I put that in there.
Okay. All right, well, looking forward to your report, not necessarily reading through the 20,000 documents.
Remember, your spring break has already been occupied by a public hearing, so I don't think you're going to have that reading opportunity. I don't want to touch the Catholic spring break. All right. Any other debate or questions on this? Okay, seeing none, Councillor Kelly to close.
Yeah, just a note here for, as the mayor usually says, you know, for those who are following along on the podcast version, despite the fact that our questions were obviously about the construction of the new line and the response from the province, which I too I'll echo that I'm hopeful that they respond back as quickly as we've responded to them, so that we can implement their recommendations into as we move forward on our decisions with the water utility that are going to be coming very quickly here over the next few months. But for those podcast listeners, I'm closed on the Bears Paw South Feeder Main Independent Review Panel final report, and the recommendation in front of us is that council receive the presentation for the corporate record. So, thank you. Closed.
All right, with that, Madam Clerk, let's please engage the vote.
Mayor Farkas, all the votes are in.
Thank you. Please display the results. All right, that motion has carried 15-0. We are now done with the consent agenda, or the items pulled for debate from the consent agenda. We are now to point 10, or section 10, items directly to council, 10.1, bylaw tabulations. Bylaw tabulation, 8B 2025, fleet borrowing, 10.1.1.
Thank you, Mayor, members of council. No presentation. I just want to note for council that this is the natural next and last step in a borrowing bylaws journey. So it's before you at Executive Committee in December, again for first reading at council also in December. It goes out for advertising to satisfy the Municipal Government Act, and then is back for second and third reading. So with that, I'll take any questions that you might have.
Seeing none, Councillor Chabot.
It begs the question, because we used to go through this process with NMAX of first reading only and then advertise and come back for second and third. But recently we went through a different process of doing all three readings and advertising in advance. Can we not utilize the same method on this one, these ones, although be it that we've already done the first reading, but on a go-forward basis?
Yes, so going forward, you are absolutely correct. That is what we're going to do. We decided to make a process change in consultation with legal, but we decided to start clean for 2026. So the first bylaws you saw in 2026, these are, of course, 2025 bylaws that overlap. So there is a bit of overlap in process, but yes, going forward, you will only see them twice, not 3 times.
All right, thank you for that. You probably expected me to ask this question, didn't you?
I thought we could sneak it by you, but.
Thanks. Nice try.
Sounds good.
Appreciate it.
All right, that's going to be moved by Councillor Kelly, seconded by Councillor Chabot. You okay with that? Okay. All right, that's on the table. Anyone want to speak to this? This is the second and third readings for bylaw AP 2025. Seeing none, Councillor Kelly, you've closed. Let's engage the vote, please, on giving the second and third readings.
Councillor Jamieson, your vote, please. Thank you. Mayor Farkas, all the votes are in.
Thank you. Please display the results. On the fleet borrowing bylaw, that motion is carried 15-0. We'll now proceed with the second and the third readings of bylaw 8B 2025. Second reading of bylaw 8B 2025. Anyone opposed? Hearing none, that is carried. Third reading of bylaw 8B 2025. Anyone opposed? Hearing none, that is carried. Thank you, Council. We'll move to 10.1.2, bylaw tabulation, affordable housing.
Same opening as the last time. Happy to take questions on these if there are any.
I'll go over to Councillor Schmidt to move it.
Yes, thank you. I'll save it for close.
All right, second by Councillor Kelly. Any questions, debate? Seeing none, back to you, Councillor Schmidt.
Closed.
Let's engage the e-vote.
Mayor Farkas, all the votes are in.
Thank you. Please display the results. On the bylaw tabulation for affordable housing, the motion is carried 14-1 with Deputy Mayor Johnston opposed. So we will now move to the second and third readings of 5 bylaws. Or no, 4 bylaws. All right, we are giving second reading of bylaw 9B 2025. Anyone opposed? Seeing none, that is carried. Third reading of bylaw 9B 2025. Anyone opposed? Hearing none, that is carried. We're now moving to 11B 2025. Second reading of bylaw 11B 2025. Anyone opposed? Hearing none, that is carried. Third reading of bylaw 11B 2025. Anyone opposed? Hearing none, that is carried. We're now on 53M 2025. Second reading of bylaw 53M 2025. Anyone opposed? Hearing none, that is carried. Third reading of bylaw 53M 2025. Anyone opposed? Hearing none, that is carried. We are now on 12B 2025. Second reading of bylaw 12B 2025. Anyone opposed? Hearing none, that is carried. Third reading of bylaw 12B 2025. Anyone opposed? Hearing none, that is carried. All right, we are done that section. We are now on to urgent business 11.1. Notice of motion, council appointments and resignations, AB Munis and Canadian Federation of Municipalities. Probably over to you, Councillor Pantazopoulos.
Sure, look to the clerk for a bit of guidance. Obviously, myself and Councillor Johnson are looking to step away from the various committees, then obviously look to councillors to put their name forward or vote, look for the process or procedure. Obviously, as Councillor Chabot mentioned earlier, critical, certainly for Alberta Munis as well as the Federation of Canadian Municipalities, as there's some information coming up the next few weeks. So clerk, loved guidance on the voting process for these two committees. Thank you.
Yeah, so process-wise, we're just accepting the recommendation as a motion, and then there's a subsequent motion to fill the replacements.
That's correct, Mayor. So the notice of motion contains 2 components. The first one is the resignations. The second one is the appointment of alternate members of council. So what you see on the screen for you to vote on first is recommendation 1 and 2, so that we can dispense with the resignations. Following the voting on that, there will then be 2 vacancies, one on Alberta Municipalities, the second one on the Federation of Canadian Municipalities. We do have a expression of interest list compiled with respect to the 2 boards, which we will display for council to consider. And then the process will unfold very similar to what you would have experienced at the organizational meeting of council. Should there not be an acclamation, we are prepared to ballot for the positions.
Okay, great. So that's been, let's say, moved by Councillor Pantazopoulos, seconded by Deputy Mayor Johnston. This is the motion simply to accept the resignation of both. I'm going to say you're closed, Councillor Pantazopoulos. Let's engage the vote.
Thank you.
And thank you for your service on these, albeit relatively brief.
Mayor Farkas, all the votes are in.
Thank you. Please display the results. On accepting the resignations, it's 15-0. Councillor, or Madam Clerk, what would happen if we did not accept the resignation? Let's not go there, I think is your answer.
Thank you.
All right, over to, we now have 2 vacancies, and I believe that we're over to our Deputy Clerk here.
Thank you, Mayor and members of council. My name is Jeremy Fraser. I'm the Deputy City Clerk for Council of Governance Services. I'm pleased to help you walk through the selection process this afternoon for the 2 vacancies on Alberta Municipalities and Federation of Canadian Municipalities. I would just note that there is a requirement for the councillor who serves on the Federation of Canadian Municipalities to be a member of the Intergovernmental Affairs Committee. So we have a motion prepared after this to deal with the implications, if any, arising from council selection of a member for the Federation of Canadian Municipalities. So with that said, let's move on to Alberta Municipalities. You'll see on the screen the results of the expression of interest for Alberta Municipalities. Alberta Municipalities has the mandate to improve Alberta municipal government by advocating to the Alberta and Canadian government and to other organizations that support effective municipal governance and municipal interests, and by providing services that address the needs of its membership. Council is to fill 1 vacancy for 1 member of council for the completion of a 2-year term, which actually will expire this October at the organizational meeting of council. We have Councillor Chabot serving as a continuing member and the Vice President for Calgary until 2027 October. There is a vacancy. 1 member of council has expressed interest in appointment at this point in time, which is Councillor Johnston.
Thank you. Given that there's only 1 interested member of council, I suggest that Deputy Mayor Johnston is acclaimed, unless there's anyone else who wishes to make a different nomination.
Mayor, apologies. There is a requirement for a nomination.
Oh, okay.
For a call for nominations, and then at the once the nominations are finalized, you can close nominations pursuant to the procedure set out in Appendix G of the procedure bylaw, at which point you can declare an election.
Let's open the floor for nominations. Councillor Ward?
Yes, I will nominate Councillor Johnston.
Thank you. Councillor Johnston, does your name stand? Yep. He accepts. Anyone else? No, I think the mic cut out there. I didn't hear anything. All right, I think it's Councillor Johnston has been nominated. All right, seeing no other names, going once, going twice. Okay, Councillor Johnston's been acclaimed. Is that proper, Deputy Clerk?
That is correct. That is
perfect.
We will populate Councillor Johnston's name in the motion for appointment to Alberta municipalities. We'll go on to the next slide. For the Federation of Canadian Municipalities, I can just get my colleague to scroll up a bit there. The mandate is of the Federation of Canadian Municipalities to represent the national interest of local governments in Canada and act as the spokesperson for Canadian cities, towns, and municipal authorities on all such matters as are properly within the jurisdiction of the Government of Canada and interprovincial institutions. We are seeking today the nomination of 1 member of council for a term expiring in June 2026 and for the following term between June 2026 and the annual general meeting of the Federation of Canadian Municipalities in June of 2028. I'll just explain that when we did present the Federation of Canadian Municipalities in the fall at the organizational meeting of council, we explained there has been a change to the governance practices at the Federation of Canadian Municipalities, which has updated its bylaws and has now gone to 2-year staggered terms for directors from relevant municipalities. And so for Prairies and Prairies and Territories directors representing municipalities, the appointments run up to the annual general meeting in June of this year, at which point Federation of Canadian Municipalities has indicated council can also appoint for the further term from June 2026 until the annual general meeting taking place in June of 2028 for the Federation. Effectively, this would be 2 appointments, one short appointment to June 2026, and then a subsequent appointment for the next term. And again, just a reminder that pursuant to Section 8.6 of the procedure bylaw, the councillor who has been appointed to the Board of Directors of the Federation of Canadian Municipalities is a member of the Intergovernmental Affairs Committee. Council would need to formalize that through an appointment process. And the three interested members of council who have expressed interest are Councillors Dollywall, Councillors Jameson, and Councillor Pantazopoulos.
All right, with that, I'll open it up for nominations. Councillor Pantazopoulos.
The shortest recommendation, I'd like to remove my name as an interesting member of council for the recommendation. Thank you.
All right, Councillor Clark.
Thank you, Your Worship. I'd like to nominate Councillor Dollywall.
All right, Councillor Dollywall, you happy to have your name stand? Okay, so Councillor Dollywall has been nominated. Councillor Chabot.
Well, don't want to leave anyone hanging, so like to nominate Councillor Wyness and Councillor Jameson. Can I nominate two?
I'll recognize it as two separate nominations, but yeah. All right, so Councillor Wyness and Councillor Jameson, you happy to have your names up there? Okay, to stand for ballot. Councillor Jameson?
With respect, I will take my name out, and I'll let you guys battle it out. Thanks.
All right. So I believe we have nominated Councillor Dollywall and Councillor Wyness. Anyone else wish to nominate? Anybody? All right, seeing none, I believe, Madam Clerk, let's proceed to a secret ballot on this between Councillor Wyness and Councillor Dollywall to represent the national interest of local governments in Canada and to act as the spokesperson for Canadian cities, to be our rep until June 2076. All right, the result of the ballot is Councillor Dollywall. I think it was the new haircut. It was the new haircut, I think, Councilor. Yes. All right, I believe we have the formulated motion.
We do, Mayor. It's going to come up in just 1 minute.
We'll give it just a moment to populate.
There you go. So the recommendation 3 now reads that council appoint, nope. Yes, that's right. Council appoint Councillor Johnston to serve on the Board of Directors of Alberta Municipalities effective today to serve until the next organizational meeting of council, and that council appoint Councillor Dollywall as a nominee to serve to the Board of Directors of FCM for both the short term as well as the longer term.
All right, maybe as IGA Chair, I'll ask you to move this, Councilor McLean.
Happy to move. That's it.
Seconded by Councilor Chabot. Okay. Seeing no debate, you're closed. Let's engage the vote, please.
Mayor Farkas, all the votes are in.
Thank you. Please display the results. Okay, that motion is carried 15-0. And then I believe we need another motion for the appointment to IGA.
That's correct, Mayor, and we've prepared it as a motion arising for your consideration. As Deputy City Clerk Fraser outlined, procedure bylaw requires the representative appointed to the Federation of Canadian Municipalities to also serve on our internal Intergovernmental Affairs Committee. So we will just prepare that motion following the appointment, and it's going to come up for you momentarily.
All right, Councilor Chabot.
Well, I guess it probably won't surprise you that I have a question about this. Councillor Dhaliwal is already on IGA by virtue of CDC as the chair, right? No? Isn't the chair of community development? Oh, no, that's executive.
Yeah.
So not IGA. There you go. Now you get to be on IGA and executive. Aren't you lucky? All right. No further questions.
It was in the orientation.
All right, question from Deputy Mayor Johnston.
Sorry, because I was on the IGA and now I'm not, but am I on with Alberta Munis? So I'm now, okay.
Councillor Chabot is the representative from Alberta municipalities who is serving on IGA.
Deal, okay.
You're still able to attend, though. Yeah. All right. That's been moved, or who is moving this motion arising? Councilor McLean's moved it, second by Councilor Kelly. All right, that's opened and shut. Madam Clerk, let's engage the vote, please.
Councillor Chabot, your vote, please. Thank you. Mayor Farkas, all the votes.
Thank you. Please display the results. That appointment of Councillor Dhaliwal to IGA, the motion is carried unanimously, 15-0. We're now to 11.2, still urgent business, but the procedural request to reschedule our 2026 February 10th strategic meeting to change the start time from 1 p.m. to 9:30 and to change the location to be offsite. Can I please have a mover and seconder for this? Moved by Councillor Kelly, seconded by Councillor Yule. Any discussion on this?
Yes, sorry.
Sure, go ahead, Deputy Mayor Johnston.
Yeah, sorry, what was the purpose of doing offsite?
We heard through the course of the meeting, it might help just to get into a different setting. It's relatively best practice for board governance where usually they'll try to leave where you usually do business in order to cultivate stronger ideas, different conversations.
Do we bring our own binoculars or?
Yeah, you can.
Provided?
Yep. Yeah, they'll have that.
Thank you.
Yeah, you bet. Any other questions on this? All right, that's been moved. Do you want to speak to it, Councillor Kelly? No. All right, closed. Let's engage the vote, please.
Mayor Farkas, all the votes are in.
Thank you. Please display the results. Thank you. That motion is carried. Also, just want to thank Jennifer Capella for her help behind the scenes and stick handling a lot of the scheduling. It's much appreciated by council. All right. I believe we are done the urgent business. We have our regular standing item, the confidential item, regular update with Chief Administrative Officer. May I please have a motion to move into closed session? Okay, moved by Councillor Atkinson, second by Councillor Dhaliwal. Madam Clerk, let's please engage the vote.
Counselor Jamieson, your vote, please. Thank you. Counselor Clark, your vote, please. Thank you. Counselor Dollywall, your vote, please. Thank you. Counselor Atkinson, your vote, please.
Yes.
Thank you. Counselor Tyers, your vote, please. Thank you. Counselor Kelly, your vote, please.
Yes, resuming session.
Thank you. Counselor Chabot, thank you. And Mayor Farkas, your vote, please.
Yes.
Thank you. All the votes are in.
Thank you. Please display the results. That motion is carried with Deputy Mayor Johnston opposed, 14-1. So we will be back soonish.
The regular meeting of council will be resuming in public meeting shortly. Please make your way back to council chamber. Thank you.
All right, welcome back. Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
Thank you, Mayor. On the roll, Councillor Atkinson. Here. Councillor Chabot. Here. Councillor Clark. Present. Councillor Dollywall. Here. Councillor Jameson.
President.
Councillor Johnston.
Here.
Councillor Kelly.
Hello.
Councillor McLean.
Here.
Councillor Pantazopoulos.
Here.
Councillor Schmidt. Councillor Tyers. Councillor Ward. Councillor Moynes. Councillor Ewell.
Here.
And Mayor Farkas.
I'm here. All right, let's say moved by Councillor Chabot, second by Councillor McLean to rise and report. All in favor? Any opposed? Seeing none, that motion carries unanimously. Councillor Chabot, do you mind moving that we suspend the procedure bylaw to allow for the afternoon
Yes, I'm
recess?
referred to as Mr. Procedure. Happy to move that procedural amendment.
Moved by Councillor Chabot, second by Councillor McLean. All in favor, unless you want to come back in 30 minutes to adjourn? All right, calling the question. Any opposed? That motion has carried to allow us to forego the afternoon recess. May I please have a motion to hold the closed meeting discussions to be held confidential? Moved by Councillor Jameson, second by Councillor Ewell. All in favor? Any opposed? Deputy Mayor Johnston is opposed. All right, moved by any administrative inquiries, Madam Clerk?
No, nothing new, just the one response.
Okay, we have the responses to the previous, but no new submissions are on the agenda. Okay. All right, moved by Councillor Chabot, second by Councillor McLean to adjourn. All in favor? Any opposed? Seeing none, that motion carried. Thank you so much.